Most of the time, fishing means peace. Just you, the water, and that quiet space where the world stops talking for a while. You drop your line, you wait, you listen, and you tell yourself there's nothing down there worth worrying about. But sometimes the lake listens back. Tonight I've got 3 true stories from people who went fishing and caught something they were never meant to find. A pair of brothers who heard knocking from beneath their dock. A group stranded on a mangrove island that wasn't as empty as it looked. And a fisherman whose radio started answering him with his own voice. Before we start, think about the last time you were near the water at night. Did you ever hear something moving where it shouldn't have been? Drop it in the comments. I want to know who's brave enough to look twice. This is 3 scary true fishing horror stories. If you like strange, dark and mysterious true stories, you've come to the right place. Let's begin. They pulled into North Star Lake at the soft end of evening, when the light goes thin and the pines along the far shore look like they've been sketched in charcoal. Ben killed the engine and let the truck tick as metal cooled, the sound small in the bigger quiet. The bait shop's neon open sign hummed half-heartedly in the window. In the glass, he could see the shape of his brother getting out on the passenger side, shoulders a little too square for the weight he was pretending not to carry. Caleb looked at the water the way you look at an old teacher you're not sure forgives you. Out there, beyond the reeds, their father had learned the lake's moods one slow morning at a time. Out there, he taught them that patience was not the same as waiting. It had been 10 years. They hadn't been back together since the funeral. The dock, visible from the bait shop's porch, was the same. Silvered boards pinned flat to the world by rusted screws, 2 black rubber bumpers at the end like blind eyes, a cleat with one missing lag bolt that their father had always promised to fix and never did, because promises to docks don't outpace the weather. The raft further out still rode its chain mooring with that small, content give. A loon cut a V in the last light and made its mournful vowel, the sound of a complaint that never expects a remedy. Inside the shop, the air was a mix of warm minnows, rubber and coffee that had died bravely on a hot plate. The old man behind the counter had the kind of face that keeps its angles when it smiles. He took in the brothers in one glance. The way Ben carried himself like jobs with consequences had trained his posture. The way Caleb's hands kept moving, tapping his thigh, fidgeting with the brim of a hat that hadn't decided to be his yet. "Evening," the man said, not pretending hospitality was a performance. "Evening," Ben returned, and then, because the world works better when you tell it the truth, he added, "We're back for the weekend. Used to come with our dad." The old man nodded once in the way lakeside people nod when you mention fathers. "Water's down a foot," he said. "Fish are mean when they're crowded. You boys running live bait?" Ben glanced at the minnow tanks and shook his head. "Night crawlers." A small, approving grunt, like the start of a conversation that had decided not to be long. Caleb went to the wall of lures and ran a finger over the old brands their father favored. Silver spoons with half the paint long eaten off, jitterbugs with teeth scars, a battered Mepps spinner whose treble hook pointed in 3 slightly different philosophies. "You ever get that snapping turtle out of Swim Bay?" he called, without looking back. "He's got a ring in his nose and an attitude." The old man's mouth twitched. "Oh, he's a mayor now, poses for postcards." Then, quieter. "Folks don't swim much there these days." Ben turned at that. "Why?" "Leeches, mostly," the man said. And then, like he'd been taught to speak in caution instead of superstition, added, "Sometimes the weed beds pull odd. Current's not what it used to be. Bottom moved around after the thaw." If you get hung up, don't horse it. Cut it clean. You'll just lose gear otherwise. That's the kind of sentence you file under pretend it's about money. They paid for worms in a foam carton, a sleeve of hooks, a new headlamp because the elastic on Ben's had retired without telling anyone, and 2 paper coffees that tasted like the lake's old stories. Back outside, the evening had slipped 1 shade darker. Mosquitoes had found their notes. The dock planks gave that small, old boat groan under their boots as they carried the gear out. Tackle bag, the rods their father had left them. Caleb had rewound the wraps himself, neat thread like stitches. A cheap aluminum scoop for silt that would be used for everything but silt. Their father's net hung from the last nail in the bait shop's porch rail, the way it had 100 times. Ben took it down without ceremony. There's a kind of busy you do when you're pretending not to remember. They did that. Rods leaned, knives checked, lantern test lit and then doused, because you don't show a lake all your light at once. Caleb crouched at the dock edge and dipped a hand in. "Warmer than it looks," he said. "Smells the same." It smelled like iron and plant and the skin of last winter. Ben eased the boat's bowline off the cleat and let the nose swing out with the relief of a tethered animal remembering slack. They didn't plan to go far. The first night was for the dock, the way their father had done on stubborn years when the outboard sulked. You stay close on the first night. You listen to what the water is willing to tell you. They set up simple. Slip sinker, bead, swivel, 18 inches of leader, a number 4 hook that had been respectful to fish larger than cents. Night crawlers slid on with that small shiver that always made Caleb mutter an apology without admitting it. Ben cast first and let the line arc into the dusk, the sound of braid singing lightly against the guide rings. Plop, count, thumb the spool. He let it settle and propped the rod in a fork cut into an old broom handle their father had fashioned when they were kids, because store-bought rod holders never fit the dock right. Caleb cast second and hit the inside edge of the raft's shade, right where their father said the bigger ones sit and judge you before bothering to bite. "This is stupid," Caleb said, but the smile at the corner of his mouth refused to cooperate with the words. "Yup," Ben said. The water lapped. A bat did its precise, ungenerous loop. The headlamp sat on the dock between them like a third participant deciding when to be useful. 10 minutes. The first nibble came the way nibbling always comes on North Star. 1 small tick you could mistake for your own heart, a second longer pull, then a strange stillness like the lake had clamped its teeth on the line and decided to wait you out. "Don't set yet," Ben said out of habit, as if Caleb would haul back like a 12-year-old. Maybe he would. You revert where you were made. Caleb held his breath and laid a finger on the line just ahead of the reel. Through that finger, the world introduced itself in the oldest language, not the tapping of a bluegill, not the lazy drag of a big sucker, not a weed rap. A pressure, down, steady, as if something had closed its hand and was leaning. He raised the rod tip 1/2 inch. The line went slack, like it had been cut. "You feel that?" he asked. "Yeah," Ben said. "Could be a turtle." The words stood there between them like a hired excuse. Caleb reeled up slow and found his hook bare, the worm taken clean, not shredded. "Turtle," he agreed, because men help sentences live when they keep panic in the family. They rebaited, cast again. The lake accepted as if it remembered the sound. A breeze moved through the pines on the far side and made that sigh people mimic when they're trying to teach a room to calm down. The neon from the shop's window washed the first 10 feet of the dock in a bad orange, then cut out when the old man flicked the breaker at closing time, leaving everything honest. The stars decided whether to commit. Out at the raft chain, something bumped once, the dull thunk of metal on metal. It could have been nothing. It could have been a fish rolling. It could have been a boat wake that forgot the boat. They both stood up a little, like people who didn't want to look like they were standing up. "I keep seeing him out here," Caleb said softly. So softly, Ben could decide whether to answer. "Not like..." He waved a hand at the water, as if to indicate the kind of seeing someone would be right to worry about. "Just the hands. The way he'd rest the rod butt against his thigh like it was part of him." "He'd be mad we waited this long," Ben said. "He'd be mad we came at all," Caleb said. And that earned a short, mean laugh because the sentence was true in every direction. The next hit was less polite. Ben's rod tip went down like someone had leaned on it with an elbow. He grabbed the cork, felt the weight, and gave just enough back to keep the hook honest. "Got you," he said through his teeth, not to the fish, but to whatever owned the feeling in his hands. The line went tight in a straight line toward the last post on the dock. Not out, not sideways, down. "Stump," Caleb said. Ben shook his head once. He knew stumps. Stumps ask you questions. This wasn't a question. "Give me a little slack," Caleb said, going to his knees by the edge to peer in. Ben feathered the spool with his thumb. The line bowed slightly like a violin string exhaling. In the water, the bow phosphoresced a little where algae made its tired, weak glow. The curve trembled. The tremble had intention. And then the tapping started. Tap, tap, pause, tap. It came from under the dock, right beneath their feet, like knuckles rapping the underside of a table to get your point across in a meeting you couldn't stand. Caleb rocked back onto his heels before he registered the movement. He looked at Ben. Ben looked at nothing. Not because he didn't want to meet his brother's eyes, because he was listening, like he had back when he worked nights at the hospital and machines talked in beeps that became prayers if you listened too long. Tap, tap, pause, tap. 3. The line in his fingers didn't move. The rod tip held steady, loaded, as if the dock itself were holding the other end of their argument. "I'm not saying it's the lake being clever," Caleb said very gently, like the way you talk when a friend has just remembered the anniversary of a bad thing. "But sometimes boards expand. Sometimes something's under there and the waves..." The tapping answered him by coming again, faster, like a kid who won't stop hitting the underside of a cafeteria tray. Ben eased the rod a fraction left. The tapping shifted, following his pressure. He moved right. It followed right. He lifted the tip and felt the weight answer by getting heavier, the way a person's hand does when you test if they're asleep. "He's not asleep," Ben thought, and then, "Don't personify." "We could cut," Caleb suggested without looking at him. "You heard the man." "He said if you get hung up," Ben said. His voice surprised him by staying level. "I'm not hung up." "Then what are you?" "I don't know," he said. And the honesty cost him nothing, because it was free. "If this were me, this is where I pretend I drop my pliers so I can stand up and leave the dock without telling the story I'm leaving the dock." That's not what they did. Caleb lay flat on the boards and put his ear to the wood. The smell of old lake brought childhood up his nose like a flashback you didn't authorize. He could hear it through the timber, the tiny contact at the contact. The knock, made more mundane by proximity, which made it worse. It was not big, it was not deep, it was precise. "Could be a muskrat," he said, to the plank, or... The tap came directly under his ear, and he rolled away with a graceless noise, banging his shoulder on a joist that had probably been waiting years to be helpful like that. Ben's rod kicked once, twice, not sharp, not frantic, more like someone adjusting themselves in a chair. A pontoon puttered in the distance with that old man laugh of a two-stroke. its wake arrived at the dock in short, obedient chops. The dock rode them politely. The line went loose for one heartbeat. Ben reeled, rod tipped down, and the weight was back, right where it had been, as if the water under the dock were less water and more room. "Maybe we should take the boat out," Caleb said, and heard how much he wanted that suggestion to be a plan. "Go up the channel, drift, come back when the world knows what it's doing." "In a minute," Ben said. He reached down and touched the line above the reel with 2 fingers, the way he'd watched his father do 1,000 times. The braid thrummed against his skin softly. Not the constant clatter of a panicked fish, not the slow, stubborn pulse of a carp that had decided seasons were a theory. A living pressure, yes, but with pauses, intention disguised as physics. He remembered sharply the night their dad had taught them to handline a fish when the reel had given up. You let the line lay across your palm. You close your hand over it until the sting humbles you. You surrender a little and then recover what you can without taking more than you're owed. He closed his hand over the line and let the sting humble him now. He felt, through callus and nerve and memory, the exact shape of what he'd hooked. It was not shape. It was question. The headlamp on the dock between them lit up of its own accord when Caleb's stray elbow hit the switch. The beam licked the edges of their boots, found the old cleat with the missing lag bolt, reached under the dock into a world of cobweb and rust flakes and cold air that had not been outside in a while. The water under there showed as nothing, an absence of light that made the beam itself look foolish. Something moved in that absence, not big, not fast. A line of water pulled sideways like a breath held wrong. Caleb slid the headlamp closer, then thought better of it, and slid it back. "Maybe don't," he said, and laughed because listening to your own advice is a learned skill. They stood like that for a time that could have been 5 minutes or 30. Time near water is an accordion that plays your heart. The tapping came and went. The weight on the line remained. Out on the raft, the chain thumped again softly. Once, the kind of sound chains make when something brushes them from below without commitment. It could be a big northern holding tight to structure, Caleb offered, resurrecting a species as a favor to sanity. Or a cat. Cats roll, Ben said. I'd feel it. So what then? I don't know. He said it again, and this time it cost him. Another boat crossed the bay silently, lights off, the kind of quiet that says the person in it knows the water better than rules. The wake arrived late, lazy, laying a soft shoulder into the dock. Ben used that gift. He dipped his rod tip, let water push slack toward him, and then walked his hands down the line smoothly. Once, twice, like he was drawing a ribbon through his fingers. Whatever held the other end came with him. Not by force, by persuasion. It was closer now. He could feel the angle of it, the way it pulled against the nearest post. He eased a little more and felt texture, not fish, not plant. The line ran across something that wasn't wood. That was the only thought that landed cleanly. Not wood, metal, a bolt. He let the line slide another inch. The texture changed. Not metal now, something softer that complained minutely, a faint scree across fibers that didn't want to be rubbed. Glove, he said. Caleb handed him one without comment and pulled the net closer out of reflex that had nothing to do with utility. Ben wrapped the line around his gloved hand in a loose coil, the way you do when you're about to disappoint yourself and still want to believe. He lifted. The line rose tight, cutting a V into the surface. For 1 second, the tip of something broke the top skin of the lake under the dock, a pale, rounded protrusion like a knuckle or the crown of a limb. The water on it ran off in sheets. Caleb sucked breath through his teeth like you do when you're about to slice a thumb. The pale thing rolled an inch and was gone, not down, not away, back into the black under the boards, as if a trapdoor had shut. "Bone," Caleb said automatically, then shook his head hard enough to clear the word. "Rock, sun-bleached stump." "Under the dock," Ben said, voice a paper cut. "Stump under the dock." "Ice moves things," Caleb said, just to have another sentence handy. "In spring, it drags things around." "Under the dock," Ben repeated, and the repetition made both of them feel ridiculous, which helped and didn't. If you saw something pale roll at the surface under your feet and your brain supplied bone before rock, I need you to know your instincts aren't wrong. Your instincts just want you to be home by morning. The headlamp flickered. They hadn't charged it fully. The beam pulsed and then steadied. In that moment of dim, something else touched the line from below. A second pressure, lighter, like fingertips after the palm. It travelled up the line toward his hand, as if learning his location by braille. He let go without fully choosing to, and the line slipped through glove with a small, controlled burn. When he caught it again, the weight was gone. The rod sprang up a fraction and then stopped, the tip quivering like a tuning fork. The tapping under the dock ceased as if a game had ended and someone had decided the score was private. The loon out on the bay called again. This time the vowel was longer, more impatient, like a parent who has said your name 3 times already. The sky had gone black for real now, not navy, not blue. Black with the kind of stars you forget exist when you live under fluorescent decisions. A wind came down the far ridge and folded itself into the lake, made a small, clean chisel of chop. The raft clanked again, the sound echoed under the dock like it had found a hallway. Ben breathed. Caleb breathed. The dock considered whether to whisper. They rebaited without talking about what they were doing, hands competent, minds not. Worms on, cast, plop, settled. They didn't set the rods in the old broom forks this time. They held them. You keep hold of things when the world introduces doubt. Ben glanced toward the bait shop. Dark now. Beyond the lot, in the black between pines, a single porch light from a rental cabin was on, a small square. Someone else was up on the hill with their own version of patience. "Maybe we go out to the point," Caleb said after a while, lighter now, making the suggestion look casual, even though his voice carried the echo of knowing better. "We can anchor, try for walleye." "We can," Ben said. He did not move. "Or we wait," Caleb said, annoyed at his own concession. They waited. A turtle surfaced by the dock ladder, the kind that has to announce itself because surfaces work. It drew a careful breath with that old man expression snapping turtles wear like a defense, and then sank, slow, as if time were a liquid to be portioned. They watched it as if it were an answer. It wasn't. It was a turtle going about his turtle. When the bite came again, it was on Caleb's rod. He had been watching the surface near the ladder and only noticed because the cork shivered in his hand. He lifted half an inch, ready to say, "It's weeds," and felt the line turn to cable. "Okay," he exhaled. He leaned, slow. The pressure met him, not fighting, not running, just there. He could feel, through graphite and braid and cartilage, the exact distance to the post under the dock. He swore, not loud, and pivoted left to try to change the angle. The pressure shifted with him, as if whatever held the other end took instruction from his body language. The tapping returned. Tap, tap, pause, tap. And then, just once, something like a drag across the underside of the board, a long scrape that lifted the hair on both their arms because it sounded a little like teeth trying to learn wood. Caleb's mouth went dry, the way it had in the back of the patrol car the first time he'd had to tell someone their teenager wasn't coming home. He found his breath under the bench of the dock, knocked his knee against it, and laughed once without comedy. "I want to see," he said, and hated the truth of it. He dropped prone again, cheek flat to the splintered grey, and angled the headlamp so it licked the water under the dock into relief. The beam showed the underside of the outer stringer, swollen. A nest of old fishing line. A spoon lure with a single rusty hook and half its paint flaked off. One of theirs, maybe, from a year that had ended in a kind of grief. The water under there moved in careful boredom. And then, between the ladder rungs, something paler than the dark slid up and stopped just shy of the surface, like someone lifting a face halfway out of a bath and deciding privacy was still a priority. He jerked back so fast he cracked the crown of his head on the first joist. Stars in the wrong place. Tears he blamed on impact. "Bone," he said again, helplessly. "It's a bone." "It's not a bone," Ben said, because they were on a dock and it was night, and you choose what gets to be said aloud. What did Dad say? It's a root. Birch roots look pale under water." "There's no birch under a dock," Caleb said, because he loved the truth, and the truth was badly behaved. They didn't leave. That's the part the reasonable part of you wants to rewrite. They should have left, maybe they should have, but being a son is an activity that edits your fear. They stayed because their father had laughed at them for spooking at snapping turtles and because he had taught them to see through water the way good mechanics see through noise. They stayed because leaving makes stories uglier when you tell them later. They stayed because the lake did not feel like an enemy. Yet, they stayed long enough to see the lantern from the rental cabin click off and the small square go black. They stayed long enough to hear an owl announce his sovereignty and a fox answer in hunger. They stayed long enough that the numbness of their toes turned into knowledge their bodies would have to process later. The tapping under the dock came less often. The weight on the line pretended to be a log and almost got away with it 3 times. The raft chain clanked when it wanted to be relevant. The lake took them into its timeline and made them tiny. It was close to midnight when a sound travelled across the water from the far side, a single, heavy splash from a place where water meets rock. Not a beaver, not a fish. The sound of something entering with intention. It echoed under the dock like the dock kept a ledger of noises. A beat later, from the right nearer, the sound of an exhale through a mouth that had learned air before this night. That was when Caleb stood fully and shouldered his rod under his arm the way people do when they decide to move without telling their feet first. "We should go to the point," he said. Not casual now. Ben nodded, not because he agreed, but because nodding is a bridge stronger than talking. They gathered in that crabbed, fast way of people leaving a room politely. Lantern, net, tackle, the old broom forks, worms. The headlamp went back to someone's forehead. They didn't check whose. Ben went to the cleat to untie the boat, fingers on the missing lag bolt out of habit. He'd retie it when they got back. Next time. His hand froze when the line he'd left in the water moved against his wrist, not the rod. He dropped it to free the knot. The bail was open. The free line went over the edge like a ribbon into a stage trap. It tightened around his wrist with a soft, quick intention, not a snare, not a whip. Just there. His breath stopped halfway up. He pulled back gently and felt this was true. He would later stake sanity on this, the faintest returning pressure, like someone on the other end was trying to match him, so neither of them would fall. He slid the loop off and let the line slide into the black. It went without protest, without that last guilty brush of drag you feel when something living relinquishes you. He looked at Caleb. Caleb looked at the water. The water looked like water. Point? Caleb said, small. Point, Ben agreed. They pushed off. The aluminum hull made that school bus squeal against the dock edge for which it had been ribbed by 1,000 summers. The boat drifted out into the lane between dock and raft with a steady confidence it had not earned. Ben shipped the oars like a man falling back into a skill that survives longer than arguments. They moved through the sheen of their own lantern. The dock slid away, a low shadow now like a crouching thing, the way docks always look from water at night. Under it, something exhaled once, a small, compressed breath, not animal, not machine, a sound that used the dock as a mouth. You can say you would have left earlier. You can say you would have cut the line. You can say you would have told the bait shop man, driven to a different lake, cracked your beer somewhere with a better ratio of water to unknowns. Maybe you would have. Or maybe, if it was your father's spot and your brother beside you and a dock you had the map of in your bones, you would have done what they did, which is, you would have said point and meant later, and the lake would have heard both. They rowed out toward the point, oars dipping quietly, the water taking them with small, disinterested hands. Behind them, the dock settled into night. Something knocked once under the boards. Not loud, polite, as if returning a courtesy. The raft chain thumped like agreement. The loon did not call again. And in the shallows near the ladder, a pale shape rose just enough to taste the air, then slid back under as if shy. They didn't make it to the point. They said the word the way you say tomorrow at midnight when you already know the shape of your sleep. Ben pulled a dozen strokes into the channel, watched the lanterns glow thin into a long ribbon behind them, and felt the boat settle into the kind of glide that lets a man think he's chosen something. Then the oar blade in his right hand bit nothing. It cut dead water and came up heavy like it had passed through a thicker idea. The hull yawed left, as if a slow hand had touched it. Caleb's head turned before his mouth could be clever. "We got weed beds out this far?" he asked. Ben didn't answer. He dipped again. Same sensation, the briefest drag, as if they'd rode over a silk curtain hanging from a ceiling they couldn't name. He shifted to a shorter stroke, less bite, the way he had when their father taught him how to move below a raft without telegraphing it to sleeping fish. The boat obeyed, but he could feel through cedar handle and callous the same soft interference under the right blade, as though something beneath wanted them on a particular line. They drifted into the raft's shadow. The chain down there clacked against its anchor with the prim authority of a librarian closing a book. The square platform, a little scorched at one corner from a bonfire that hadn't been properly a bonfire, rocked gently. For a second he wished the raft were a person, that it could tell him what it had learned by sitting here, all these off-seasons, with its face to the ice. It did not tell him anything. The lake allowed 2 small ripples to bump the aluminum bow, and then took them back, as if embarrassed. "Let's anchor here," Caleb said, performing confidence like a magician, pulling a coin he didn't remember palming. He reached for the mushroom anchor at his feet, the rope coiled neat, the way their father had insisted. He bled out 10 feet and let it thump. The line went slack. The boat didn't swing. He bled out 5 more, and for a moment it felt like the anchor had landed not in silt, not on rock, but on a hollow, like the bottom under them held a pocket of air. "That should grab," he said. It didn't. The rope drifted with a mind of its own. Ben put his hand to it, and felt the same suggestion that had ridden the oar. "Come this way." He tightened his grip instinctively, and the rope tightened back. Not a jerk, not a pull, more like a firm handshake. It released. The boat slid a foot and then stopped, not because the anchor had set, because the invitation had been satisfied. At this point, I'm saying to myself, row anywhere else. But brothers are stubborn when the past is within shouting distance. Also, there's the part where leaving feels like losing an argument you haven't heard yet. They rigged for still water because pretending to be normal keeps a night from turning into theatre. Ben threaded a fresh crawler, left an inch of tail to wag like temptation, and short cast toward the raft's dark skirt. The plop sounded noisier than it should have, like rooms do when you walk in late. Caleb reached behind him to toss toward the drop-off line they'd traced 100 times as boys, not looking, doing it by muscle that had kept the map of the lake, even while he forgot other things. His line landed with a polite kiss and sank just where he'd meant. He smiled, and the smile did a quick thing to his face that made him look a year younger and a decade older. For 5 minutes, nothing happened except the night getting itself organized. A breeze flattened, then gathered itself and returned from another angle, the kind of trick breezes perform over lakes with 3 coves pretending to be 2. The lantern on low threw a tremoring oval that kept moving off the aluminum like it was embarrassed by what it illuminated. The raft chain tapped the tiniest rhythm, a metronome practicing with gloves on. Then Ben's rod tip, cradled against his forearm, dipped. Once. Twice. Not the insect nibble. The decisive down. He lifted just a hair to greet it and felt the line cinch, go from taut to tauter, as though someone had wrapped it around a bar. He waited for the headshake. It didn't come. He waited for the run. It didn't come. The rod simply kept loading, a slow, perfect bow, queuing up an apology for physics. Set? Caleb asked. I don't know what I'd be setting, Ben said, but he put a quarter turn into the reel anyway, the way you do to make a contract official. The change in pressure was microscopic. The response was not. The line slid toward the bow without slack, without effort, like a ribbon pulled under a door by fingers you couldn't see. Ben shifted to keep the angle, and the something under them shifted too, keeping the relationship constant. He felt his face get warm in the cold air. You feel that? He asked, and Caleb put a fingertip to the line, then took it away quickly, like he'd sampled a stove and found it on. What is that? He said, only the what, carrying voice. Stump! Ben tried again. The word had to live somewhere. They kept giving it shelter. Stumps don't move without permission, Caleb said quietly. We gave it permission, Ben said. He heard the sentence after he said it, and didn't like the way it fit in his mouth. Caleb's line twitched, then fell slack. He reeled fast to keep contact and found nothing, not even the drag of a worm on the return. He checked his hook in the lantern. Clean. The wire curled slightly from a pressure that wasn't tooth. He rebaited, cast again. Before his line even landed, Ben's rod bowed harder, a slow, knee-deep bend that made his wrist protest. He leaned into it, not to horse it, to keep from being pulled, because that was the honest sensation. Pulled. There was a temptation to crank down the drag, to set his jaw, and take the fight to whatever below insisted they follow. He didn't. He loosened a quarter turn instead. He fed it 6 inches to see what 6 inches would show him about character. The line accepted, and then, as if the lake had a sense of humor, gave him 6 inches back, exact, like a change machine. The tapping returned, not under the dock now, under the boat. 3 neat ticks up through the aluminum, the kind of small percussion that travels bone to teeth. Caleb's eyes cut to the raft reflexively, and he saw nothing but the low black square and the water about it that had decided to look ignorant. He set his free hand on the hull and felt a faint vibration run like the throat of a big animal purring from its stomach. Ben, he said. I feel it, Ben said. They both stood very still, which made no sense on water, and the stillness helped not at all. The anchor line went slack. The boat rotated on something that was not a mooring. The bow pivoted toward the dock without moving. The sensation was of the lake moving around them while they stayed. Ben's mind supplied a picture he hadn't asked for. Under them, a long, pale length rising just enough to cup the bottom of the hull, not lifting, just occupying, the way a hand underneath a table will sit under your own hand until you decide whose idea it was to keep it there. He ground the heels of his boots into nothing and snorted like he could stop the thought with noise. Caleb did the reasonable thing that looks braver than it is. He leaned over the gunwale with the headlamp, clicked to the lower setting, and let a thin beam wash the water just outboard. The cone of light made a window that nothing used. Particulates drifted in the beam like slow-falling snow with nobody to land on. The surface looked clean, even pretty in that midnight way lakes give away beauty when they're sure you'll waste it. Then something cut across the cone fast. A flat edge, not a dorsal, not a fish, not a shape he had a name for. It vanished with severe efficiency. "Nope," he said without performing. He pulled the beam back tight to the hull and aimed it at the floorboards to give the light something to do besides lay questions on the water. The line loaded more. Ben's forearm trembled with the polite inevitability of strain. "I'm going to ease it," he said, partly for Caleb and partly to inform whatever listened. He thumbed the spool and pushed the rod out, not giving line so much as offering it. The pressure didn't change. He pulled back. The pressure didn't change. He breathed through teeth and did the thing his father taught on the exact dock they'd left. He lowered the rod tip until the line hit the lip of the bow, and then he plucked the line with his free fingers like a harp string. Just once, a single, sharp note. Under them something answered with a pluck back. Same force, same speed. It was ridiculous. It was exquisite. It was exactly the kind of interaction that makes a human declare war on their own sanity. If you've ever had a fish answer a line pluck with its own, you haven't. Fish don't do that. People do that. And rooms that think do that. Lakes, sometimes they audition. "You're messing with it," Caleb said, half scolding, because he needed to scold something. "It started," Ben said, and then he heard how childish that landed and let his mouth be done for a while. He shifted his feet to find stance that wasn't on a moving world, failed, and chose a stance anyway. The first damage came small. When Caleb checked his line again, it came back in with the last 6 inches roughed the way wire gets roughed by concrete. The braid wore a fuzzy collar. He ran it between his fingers and felt heat where there shouldn't be. He cut above the fray with his father's knife, tied a new leader by lamp, and had to steady his hands on the aluminum ridge so the Palomar would cinch clean. He wetted the knot, pulled it home, watched it seat. The motions settled him. When he looked up, the lantern swayed a little in a breeze that hadn't been here a minute ago. The swing made a small breath of shadow across the raft's underside, and that shadow showed him a detail he had not registered. Fresh scrape marks along the raft's outer edge, parallel, clean, as though a rope, no, a wire, had been drawn fast along the aluminum skin from below. It had shaved bright silver into the dull. The marks were new, because they gleamed. He thought words he chose not to say, and then, because choosing silence is still making a noise, he said, "You see that?" Ben followed his gaze, and his mouth did the thing mouths do when they want to swear in a way that won't make things worse. "Could be kids," he offered to the dark, to the past, where kids had nothing better to do than be dangerous around rafts. "Kids with a cable under a raft," Caleb said lightly, and then decided to stop playing. The pull changed. It didn't get stronger, it got smarter. It began to steal inches by simply existing. The rod tip would dip the thickness of a coin. Ben would exhale. The line would move a fraction of a fraction toward the bow. He tried to back reel and save line because the drag felt like an insult here. The something under them saved him the effort by matching him. It had his degree and a minor in patience. He thought of all the ugly choices you can make on a lake, horsing a fish and ripping it, tying off to something you can't see and letting a storm teach you about mass, telling your brother you aren't scared when your skin is cold enough to complain. He thought, we can cut. He thought it twice. He put the pliers in his left hand without deciding to. A sound floated from shore, thin but distinct, a screen door spring letting go. Someone up the hill had gone inside, leaving the porch tonight. The sound got out to them by skipping from pine to black water to aluminum. It was the smallest reminder of other humans in a night that increasingly felt like it had edited them out on purpose. Caleb let himself picture the shape of the bait shop's old man sleeping in a backroom chair, a radio on low so the ball game's last innings could keep him company even off-season. He pictured the neon open cooling. He pictured the cleat with the missing lag bolt, the white ring of bare wood around it, where friction had taught the post the truth about habit. He pictured their father's left hand tapping the cleat twice when he was thinking. He tapped the gunnel twice, please, and then was mad at himself for asking questions in the language of childhood. The next nibble that wasn't a nibble took his line. Not in a run, in a straight line down. He felt the rod butt lift from the aluminum ridge where he'd braced it against his shin. He clamped down. His elbow protested. The line hummed with tension, a high, tight song you just barely hear. You'd got to be kidding me, he whispered. The bite stopped exactly where his strength told it to, then stayed there, the way a dog you trust will sometimes barely lean into a leash to remind you that you aren't the only one attached. He imagined cutting, and immediately imagined the line whipping up to kiss his face with a wound shaped like a lesson. He tightened the drag a whisper. The sound of the clicker in the quiet made him feel like he'd cocked a gun in a library. The tapping under the hull appeared to lose interest in civility. 3 taps rapid, pause, 3 slower, then 1 long scrape. Not loud, but intimate, the sound of something deciding where the bottom of their boat lived. Ben felt his heart climb into a higher gear in his throat. He shifted his feet involuntarily and planted the ball of his right foot just forward of the center seat. The aluminum flexed a millimeter. The pull answered by shifting a millimeter. This was not mimicry, it was conversation. If you're picturing a snag and an unlucky angle, keep the picture. Don't give it up yet. It's a kinder version of events. Caleb reached down without ceremony for the net they had no business needing. The old rope of its rim creaked as it left the floor. He pictured scooping something that didn't deserve scooping and shuddered at his imagination. He also pictured scooping nothing and being relieved in a way that would make him feel foolish in the morning. He put the net down again like it had embarrassed him. "We're idiots," he said, forcing a grin he didn't feel. "We are," Ben said, "for different reasons." "We pull together?" "We pull together," Ben said, and they both smiled halfway, the kind of smile you issue to keep your courage within earshot. They tried strategy. Caleb dipped his rod, reeled down, and then lifted hard enough to see if he could get whatever held below to change shape. Nothing changed. Ben eased his line left. It came left. He eased right. It came right. He tried to feel for structure, that telltale chafe localized to a point, and he got back a traveling friction like cotton drawn across rough knuckles. He pictured the raft again, those bright new scrape lines, and couldn't unpicture the idea that something long had found the underside of the floating square and decided it was a roof. The boat rotated another fraction in place. He could no longer keep the dock out of his mind. It wasn't far, 40 yards, maybe 50 in this light. The raft lay exactly between their bow and the old grey boards. In his head, geometries lined up, dock post to raft anchor, to the place his line entered the surface, and made a triangle a math teacher would congratulate. It felt like a diagram scrawled on a chalkboard by someone who'd grown tired of writing the same problem. The night had a way of lengthening syllables out there. The word brother became long and heavy in his chest. The word father did not leave his throat. He thought of the last morning with their dad, oatmeal and bad radio, and the soft humiliations of illness folded into a conversation about weather. He thought of how their father had tried to describe the feel of a fish punched into memory by good gear and good hands, how he'd said, "You'll know a big one by how it makes you more patient than you are," and then laughed because that was the opposite of what a big one does. This was making him patient in a way that felt like surrender, dressed as wisdom. At some point his hand cramping became the indicator he could not ignore. He flexed his fingers off the cork and felt blood re-enter with pins that argued. He handed the rod across without drama and took Caleb's, trading burdens like men in a trench, swapping watch. The pool didn't change personalities, the lake did. A breeze from none-where land came down the channel and pressed cold into their ears and under their collars with almost human accuracy. The lantern nodded again, and something in the nod caught the far edge of the raft and showed a shape neither would swear to later, but both would know. Not the pale of bone now. The darker wrong of space where water shouldn't be. A gap right under the raft's lip, too straight to be natural, too fixed to be a trick, like a crawl space in a place where crawling should be drowning. The beams slid off it, and Caleb looked at Ben without telling his face to. Ben looked at the gap without telling the lantern not to show it again. It didn't show it again. That was almost worse. The decision to leave happened not like a sentence with verbs and reasons, but like a shared breath that ends differently. Caleb said, "Point," in a voice that already knew the point was an alibi. Ben said, "We go," and the we mattered because the line in his hand made him feel like he'd joined something alone. He popped the bail, shocked at the relief he felt watching the spool spin, the line whisking off into the dark like a thread being taken back by a seamstress who'd been polite and was done now. He cupped the spool to slow it. The line went slack. It did not fall. It lay down as if set on a shelf under the boat. The pull left his hand in a warm ache. The tapping stopped completely. The silence that followed had shape. He said thank you to nothing and hated himself a little for the impulse. They hauled the anchor hand over hand. The rope came clean earth-smelling. The mushroom rose up, wet, quartz grains on its lip, unremarkable as tools are after they've saved you from a thing they aren't built for. Ben set it in the stern and put the oars out with a neatness that told his muscles, do not tremble until later. The first stroke slid, the second stroke bit water like an apology. The boat moved with relief. He kept his eyes on the notch in the tree line that meant home because they needed a horizon that wasn't a dock with a mouth underneath it. The raft floated past on their left. The chain-brushed hull, the softest kiss, and didn't snag. He had an impulse to lean over and look under the raft. He did not honor it. Caleb stared past his shoulder at the dark line where boards met lake and put his palm flat on the seat because he wanted to feel wood, not aluminum, not water. He said nothing. The boat said less. When the bow kissed the dock's first rubber bumper, the sound made both men flinch. It was too domestic. It was too much like getting home late and trying not to wake anyone who loved you enough to be angry. Ben looped the bowline around the cleat with the missing lag because familiarity is the illusion you buy with muscle memory. He tied a figure 8 because his hands did not trust improvisation anymore. The dock felt not like a place you step onto, but like a thing you negotiate with. He stepped. It held. It made its old soft groan. The sound fell into the water and didn't return. They moved faster than they meant to, pulling gear onto planks, breaking down rigs, pushing the lantern wick down to a dot because the room they were leaving did not deserve a dramatic fade. Caleb grabbed the old broom handle rod forks and turned to stow them in the milk crate they travelled in, and stalled. The forks had left grooves in the dock boards. That wasn't surprising. 20 years of nights can write in wood. The surprise was the other grooves, fresh, parallel lines running lengthwise along the outermost board where they'd stood earlier, bright, where shoe tread had shaved wet grey off to show the hungry pale beneath. He crouched with the lamp. The lines were not shoe, they were not scratch. They were the width of the braid where a loaded line rides a surface. He followed them with the light toward the cleat. They stopped at the missing lag bolt and then continued, freshly cut beyond where a bolt should have been, a score made by pressure and time experienced together. "Ben," he said, and Ben shook his head before looking like he could stop the world from providing a second witness. "You see something, and then you see it everywhere," Ben said, maybe to save himself. But he walked the light back the other way, to the ladder they'd used when they were boys, and there, on the second rung, were the same bright thin scars where something had dragged across and learned the rung the way a thread learns a ring. He felt the certainty arrive without permission. It did not bring fear, it brought a different animal, recognition. The lake had been doing this for a while, not to them, around them. It added him into a graph, not a headline. The bait shop's window on its dark porch trapped a reflection of the dock, and made it 2 docks, one fainter, repeating the other's sins. The brothers packed without talking the way people do who will use words later to decide which parts to forget. Caleb, because he was the one who would dream ugly if he didn't make a form out of his night, did the brave, stupid thing you do when you want the world to acknowledge you've been present. He walked to the ladder, squatted, and rapped twice on the second rung with his knuckles. A courtesy. Thank you for not ruining us. Under the dock, from deep enough to be nobody's joke, came a single answering knock, perfectly matched in tone and distance. It wasn't loud, it was punctual. If that happens to you and you still come back tomorrow, you're braver than me, or you owe a father something. Those are related more than we like. On the gravel by the truck, the cold made itself official. Their breath looked like it had learned choreography. The foam worm carton in Ben's hand felt alive in the way ordinary things feel alive when your senses are still being unreasonable. The old man's porch light flicked on as they crossed the lot. The door opened before they reached it, not because he'd been watching, but because men who keep bait shops at lakes know when stories are about to walk in without words. He had a mug in his hand that had been retired from being good and promoted to being necessary. He held it like heat should be held, near. "You boys get into anything?" he asked, in the exact tone that allowed both yes and no to be true. Ben could have said turtle, he could have said weed bed shifted, he could have said stump took a good hook and made a better teacher, he could have said nothing and asked for coffee. He looked at the old man's eyes and saw there a narrow private hallway lined with the small, true things men keep so they don't get drunk on the big ones. He said, "We saw scrape marks on the raft." The old man's face didn't move anywhere public. "Oh," he said, and he said it like a doctor says "oh" when he's looking at a chart and the numbers are familiar. Caleb added, "Something knocked under the boat." The old man's thumb did a tiny, involuntary rub along the mug's rim where the glaze had crazed and made a map. "Ice will do that," he offered. The sentence hung in the doorway, absurd and polite. "And the dock," Ben said. It knocked back. The old man nodded once, a small concession to a currency he didn't print. "People don't swim much off the raft anymore," he said. "Not like before." He took a sip and winced. "Coffee's ugly late. You want some anyway?" They did. It was ugly and perfect, and tasted like something you drink to remind your body it is not alone in the project of surviving an evening. He told them, without the drama that would have made it less useful, that after the thaw 10 years ago, maybe the same year their father died, maybe not, the bottom had moved around. Not a collapse, a shift. Some said a spring had opened on the far flat and made the water under the raft colder than it used to be. Some said an old timber from a logging road had broken loose and settled where it had no business. Some said nothing because men live longer when they don't report their theories to people with faces like his. He said, "With this time of year you get Lakers cruising under there close. They like the dark." He let it hang because the word "like" covered a lot of appetites. "You going back out?" he asked, plain. Ben stared past him toward the black hole of the shop, where bobbers hung like ornaments, and rubber worms rode their paper riders, and laughed at how simple retail could make menace look. "Tomorrow?" he said. Not tonight meant not coward, just breathing. The old man nodded like he was the authority that issued permission slips for common sense. "Bring your net," he said, and then almost smiled to show he hadn't been funny on purpose. They slept badly at the rental cabin, the kind of sleep you get when your muscles cue up protest letters and your mind edits out the part where it asks for help. In the morning, light made their night small. The dock looked like a dock. The raft looked like a raft. The scrape marks looked like clean aluminum where something friendly called physics had visited. The lake pretended to be new. Ben sipped coffee on the cabin step, while the world convinced his chest that air was an ally again. Caleb came out with his hat on like he'd slept in it. They looked at each other and made the face brothers make when they've already agreed. The face says we're going and also we're idiots. When they reached the bait shop to buy nothing they needed, the old man had already laid 2 foam cups on the counter and had 3 nightcrawler cartons open like he was taking a census. He didn't mention knock or scrape. He asked, "You boys remember the shelf past the raft where it drops to 16? And when Ben said yes, he said, "Don't go past it." He said it without melodrama, a gate across a path. Then he added, as if telling someone not to overfill a lawnmower, "If you get hung up, don't horse it. Cut it clean." He didn't need to tell them that now. The sentence knew its way around their hands. They walked down. The dock met them with its ordinary. The broom handle forks lay in the crate with yesterday's patience. The ladder held last night's second rung like nothing had tapped back. The surface around the raft looked calm enough to make liars of memory. Ben set his rod in the first fork and tested the flex. Caleb stood at the edge and did a small, ugly thing to be sure he still belonged to his body. He knocked twice on the rung again. This time, nothing answered. That was almost worse. He smiled without humour and said, "Point later?" "Point later," Ben agreed, and didn't think the word meant later anymore. He knew it meant never. They made their first casts of the day into a water that had the gall to be beautiful. The worms slid down to where their sentences would continue whether they joined them or not. The line sank without incident, scribed a line, set a small claim. It was almost enough to remember they were men and this was a lake, and the pull of grief sometimes chooses the shape of water because water has the manners to return what you drop if you ask correctly. It was almost enough until Ben's rod tipped with that same slow, downward letter it had written last night. The one that starts like an apology and ends like a lesson. He set, not hard, just to say, present. And under the dock, under the raft, under the grey and the timber and the stories, something tightened its grip in a way that had nothing to do with appetite and everything to do with attention. The pool didn't fight, it waited, and that, more than anything, made both men understand they were not hunting. They had been noticed. The day was brighter, yes. The light pressed its advantage into the water. The edges showed better, but the pull did not care for edges or for light. It cared for line. It cared for angle. It cared for distance measured exactly, for the way a cable hums when it is at pitch. Caleb felt his line hum a chord that matched Ben's by accident or design, and he found himself humming under his breath to see if it would line up, the lowest, stupidest thing a human has ever done to reassure himself. The cord held. The raft chain chimed a third. A small wind wrote the harmony. The smart thing here is to cut, carry, leave. The brother thing here is to look at the other set of hands and go where they go. In the next section, they go under, only without moving. They find out what the knocks were counting, and they learn why North Star Lake stopped being a swim lake without anyone putting up a sign. Morning made everything look harmless again. The lake wore that flat, silvery face it keeps for apologies. The raft's shadow cut a neat black square on the bright surface, and the dock, old grey boards and that stubborn ladder, seemed like a place for coffee, not for questions. Ben and Caleb stood with mugs warming their hands and pretended to believe it. They baited fresh crawlers, cast the way their dad had shown them, gentle arc, soft plop, count the sink in your head so the bottom doesn't catch your pride, and settled into the ritual that keeps fear from inventing new muscles. The first pass across the shelf, nothing. Second pass, nothing that wasn't wind writing on the line. On the third, Ben felt it again, that quiet, knowing weight, not a hit, not a snag, just a presence drawing down in a straight line, as if the lake had reached up and pressed 2 fingers against the braid. He eased his thumb to the spool like he was negotiating with a skittish dog. The pressure matched him, give, take, as if they'd agreed to breathe together. Could be a bass sitting on it, he said, because sentences like that keep daylight civil. If it is, it learned clockwork, Caleb said. But he crouched to watch the angle all the same. Through cork and graphite and callus, the communication was familiar and wrong. A fish would run, sulk, rattle the tip like it owed you an insult. This just held and waited for him to blink. He didn't blink. The surface didn't help. Sun on the lake was glass, then mirror, then blade. When he dipped 2 fingers by the outer plank to feel for weed stems, he touched something smooth and colder than the rest of the water, like a metal vein. He let go fast, the reflex honest in a way the words never are. Something under there, he said. Cable? Caleb guessed too quickly, and the 2 of them looked at the raft chain on reflex, already knowing it hung where it always hung. They fetched the pike pole the bait shop man kept for lost props and stubborn weeds, a long aluminum staff with a shepherd's hook wrapped in tape, because doing is easier than guessing. This meant lying flat on sun-warm boards like kids hiding under a bed, guiding the hook into shade where the ladder disappeared. Metal tapped wood. Then a more needled sound, the hook glancing something taut and smooth. Got it, Caleb said, and reached deeper so he could feel its direction. When he lifted the pole tip a fraction, 3 clear ticks came up through the boards by his ear. Not loud, precise, the kind of knock a person makes when they don't intend to beg. He froze. Ben said nothing, then said everything. Again. No, Caleb said, and then he moved the pole anyway. One soft tap, one soft answer. They stood fast enough that the pole clattered and rolled, and for a whole minute they let the dock be a dock and the lake be a lake. It almost worked. Almost. The air at their knees was colder than the air at their shoulders, a chill seeping up through nail holes and plank seams with the steady patience of something that hadn't just arrived. When Ben pressed his palm flat to the outer board, the wood felt warm from sun on one side, cool from breath on the other. He bowed his head, laid his cheek on grey timber because sometimes your own body is the better instrument, and listened with his mouth open so his blood wouldn't drown his eardrums. The knock moved away a plank's width, then came back a plank's width. 3, pause, 2, 1, tidy as fence posts. "It's counting," he said, and hated how quickly his brain offered pattern. "It's the chain slapping a joist," Caleb tried, helpful, like people are when they want the world to be dumb. "Chains left," Ben said, and let the quiet insist. The pattern shifted anyway, 1, 2, 3 now, and in that cheap arithmetic lay the part you don't tell, intelligence, or at least imitation. He tapped back with the backs of his fingers, 2 quick little notes because it felt safer to ask in that accent than to speak. The reply arrived 2 beats late and matched his count exactly. He did it again to prove coincidence, because proof is the monster you can bring home and keep under your bed. Again the reply. "Stop teaching it," Caleb said, almost too soft to hear. And for once, the older brother obeyed. They sat up on their heels and pretended to be men who had errands. The knocks quit the second their boots met shore, like whatever room under there understood where the contract ended. The bait shop was cool in the way small rooms get after a long morning holding tank water and old rubber. The old man didn't ask. He said, "The pole help? We found a line under there. Smooth, not chain," Ben said. The shopkeeper made his mouth neutral. "They ran logging cable through here back when," he said. "Some of it sank in funny ways. Spring cut's better than any man's saw." He looked past them out the window and added, "Kid got swept under in the 70s. Doc used to have a different ladder. He came out mad as a hornet in the cattails. After that I told folks to swim at the sandbar. People forget. Wood remembers." He didn't smile when he said it. He didn't sell them a charm. He put the pike pole on the counter like he was setting down a word he'd said too many times. Careful. They tied an orange construction flag to the ladder bolt because a bright square near a dark thought keeps you honest. Back on their bellies, this time with cheap, polarized glasses to cut glare, they studied the thin, private world 6 inches below their faces. The underside of the dock carried a decade of somebody else's mistakes, curly frays of old monofilament, a spoon lure with half its paint sucked off, a wad of weed turned to lace. Between 2 joists, the color changed, not the way shade looks, but the way space looks. The water there darker by shape, not light. The back edge of the dark, neat and square. The front edge jagged and bright, where fresh scuffs ran parallel across wood, and ladder rung like a file had been pushed back and forth by hands that believed in exactness. A carp rolled up to the edge, opened its big idiot mouth at the lip, and fled like it had almost stepped into an open cellar. They tried to leave and discovered the certain cruelty of polite sounds. 5 steps off the dock, 2 knocks under the last board, 2 more under the next. They stopped. It stopped. They tied the flag tighter. The breeze never touched their cheeks and still fluttered the flag in a way that made no physical sense. "We're making stories," Ben said, because smart people lie to themselves last. "We're making maintenance calls," Caleb corrected, because maintenance sounds like kindness and kindness gets obeyed. The raft chain ticked 3 times in the soft chop, and then twice when a tiny wind came from nowhere, playing the same little integers the floor had played at their ears. That should have helped. It didn't. When you hear your own rhythm come back to you from two directions, you stop pretending to be the only instrument. They fetched coffee because caffeine turns awe into action. By early afternoon, sun burned the shallows bright enough to show silt motes and minnows threading needles of light. In that clarity they noticed the air again, the constant cool leaking through seams even when the lake skin was warm, and decided, unspoken, that the word wasn't chain or cable or current. It was crawl space. A long, shallow hallway scoured by spring from the raft, mooring to the ladder, roofed by planks that had been forgiven too long. It wasn't mystical, it was carved physics. That was the part they could tell anyone. The part they couldn't was the way the knocks had followed their steps like a courteous shadow. They meant to quit. They did the preparations of quitting. They coiled leaders, slid rods into sleeves, snapped the old tackle milk crate lid shut, like a parent closing a toy chest. Then Ben walked back out onto the outer board, because we're all addicts, for the one more look. The dock flexed under his weight, not the tired groan of wood, but a controlled give, as if something underneath braced at the same time he did. He crouched over the ladder to memo the picture in his brain. Scuffs bright and parallel where fresh braid had written last night's map, the orange flag hanging ridiculous and necessary. He told himself he was leaving and leaned in, because leaving sometimes needs the sight of what you'll miss to become real. Water is a mirror made by liars. It showed him his own face and the underside of grey boards, and then, very slightly, the reflection blinked again without him. Not wink, not ripple. A half-second late second blink. He was a practical man, and still his body did the thing bodies do when mouths don't yet. He rocked back like he'd been tapped in the forehead. The reflection's mouth widened just a fraction, the shy smile of something amused at a private joke, and then a tiny wake from a far boat folded the whole scene and ironed it flat like nothing had happened at all. They left for real then. Not because the lake told them to go, because their knees did. At the cabin, everything smelled too clean, and the air didn't move the right way, the way rooms have of punishing you for comparing them to water. Caleb ran cold over his head until his scalp remembered mornings that weren't like this. Ben sat on the edge of the bed and looked at his hands because they still held the ghost memory of Line answering his pluck with a pluck, and he needed his palms to forget that before night. They didn't talk about going home. They didn't talk about staying. They walked back at dusk because the brain that says leave is the same brain that says just to see. Evening laid a diagonal of small white scars across the cove as wind shouldered in from the north. The raft rode its chain in short bows. The orange flag snapped again, though the flags across the bay on the fancy rentals hung dead. That was when the noise arrived that didn't belong to wind or anything you can sign insurance papers for. A clean crack at the ladder end, wood surrendering with a sound like a ruler snapped over a knee, then the soft, long exhale of planks dropping into a space that had been waiting. They ran. You run for breaks and for berths, and for the sound of old wood failing. The outer plank at the ladder hung at a tilt. The nails had bent into little grey consonants. The ladder was gone. Below, not shadow, but structure, an open slot 2 feet wide, edges square and bright, water moving through it with the quiet urgency of a river disguised as a hallway. You could see the path of it, in from the deeper flat, under the raft's dark square, down the long gullet drawn under the dock where their knees had been, out toward the cattails where, years ago, a boy had been spit back angry at a world that had tried to keep him. The braid scratches on the rung were new burnished, pretty if you didn't know what pretty cost. The knocks stopped, the counting stopped, the lesson didn't. The old man from the shop met them there without making it look like he'd hurried. He took in the gap and the wetboard, and the way both brothers kept their toes behind the nail line even now, and he nodded once the way people nod when you've finally seen the thing they've had in their pocket too long. Spring did that, he said. It wasn't an alibi, it was a proper name. She eats where you can't see. People stop swimming not because of ghosts, but because the laundry keeps getting pulled under. He turned the flag's knot tight with hands that had tied much worse. I'll call a man with a barge and a pump, he said. We'll pack stone under and rebuild the edge. Won't fix the lake, fixes the dock. That's what we do. He hesitated, then gave them the only rule he thought might stick in their heads. If you hear knocking again, don't talk back. They slept in fragments. Ben dreamed the raft had a basement and woke with his fingers curled like he'd been holding a line. In the morning, the cove put on its polite face again. The void under the ladder didn't go anywhere. It just learned to look like depth. A child in a red life jacket on the opposite shore threw a stick, and a dog offered to die for it, and didn't. Ordinary is very persuasive when you're tired. They told the shopkeeper they'd be on their way after one last cup. He poured, called it coffee, and took their money like a priest taking someone's coin because the person needed to leave, believing they'd purchased safety. In the doorway, he said, Bottom moved 10 years ago, maybe you were gone by then. Folks blame stories when what they're mad at is time. Then softer. Your dad used to thump that cleat when he was thinking. I hear it sometimes when the lake's quiet and I'm the only idiot on this side of town knocking back. They loaded the truck the way you put away an argument you'll never finish. At the ridge bend, Ben looked back because humans are disloyal to their own rules, and because he wanted the last picture to be simple, raft square, dock straight, water shining. He got 2 of the 3. The raft was still there. The dock's new limp board made a small, honest diagonal. The lake shrugged light like a mirror you couldn't hang level. And under the raft, just for a beat, the pale curve of something turned in slow profile and slid out of sight as if ducking behind a door it knew you'd noticed. The sound, when it came, arrived small enough to make you question whether you'd heard it at all. 3 neat taps, a pause, 2, 1. It didn't ask, it didn't demand, it reminded. He didn't answer, not with knuckles, not with words. He put the truck in gear and let the grade do the first part of the leaving. Caleb stared straight ahead and closed his fist around air until his hand stopped trying to find a line. They told themselves on the highway with the windows cracked to keep the cab from getting sleepy warm that what they'd seen had names: Scour, Cable, Spring. They told themselves they'd done right: mark, warn, go. They did not say the part that would have made them feel foolish and therefore truer. The knocks had been polite, the pull had been patient, and something below had learned their rhythm fast enough to send it back. If you've worked a decent amount of night shifts in this life, you know what that means. Whatever it was had time. It could wait for other feet. It didn't need these 2. The lake doesn't love you or hate you. It invites you to know what it knows, and if you answer in its language, it remembers your voice. By the time the dock gave way completely, Ben and Caleb were already halfway back to the cabin. The sound reached them seconds later, a deep, wet crack that carried through the still air like thunder breaking inside a bottle. They turned in time to see the last few planks dip under the water and vanish into the dark space below. It wasn't violent. It was slow, almost graceful, as though the lake had simply decided to take back what was already its own. Then the surface sealed again, flat and innocent. Not even a bubble rose. They stood there in silence. Caleb's lips moved, but nothing came out. Ben's throat tightened until he felt the pulse behind his ears. Neither one said the obvious, that the lake had waited until they'd left the dock before finishing what it started. The timing was too precise, too considerate. The word felt wrong, but that's how it came to him. Like the water had been polite enough to wait until it was alone. He looked toward the raft. It floated exactly where it had before, perfectly still. But now it looked different, like an unblinking eye sitting in the middle of an empty face. They called the old man from the bait shop, though neither could remember the drive back. He showed up with two other locals, men with the same tired eyes and permanent squint lines that said they'd spent a lifetime watching things that shouldn't happen. None of them talked much on the way down the hill. When they reached the dock, one of the men whistled low. "That's a clean pull," he said. The old man just nodded. "Spring current," he muttered, but there was no conviction behind it. He crouched near the edge and dipped his hand into the dark seam where the dock used to be. When he pulled it back out, the tips of his fingers were bright red. "Cold," he said. "Too cold." The men brought ropes, a metal pole, and a single dive light that looked like it hadn't been used in years. They threaded the pole into the gap and felt for bottom. "Can't find it," one of them said. "Feels hollow." The old man told him to stop. "You'll just make it worse," he said. "Let it settle." They all stood there, staring at the silent hole where a dock should be. Even the wind had stopped moving. The only sound was a faint, rhythmic tapping from under the remaining boards, a smaller, fainter echo of the knocks. The old man's head tilted slightly as he listened, but he didn't say a word. Then finally, he straightened up and said, "Pack it in." She's still chewing. Back at the bait shop, the air smelled of mud and gasoline. The old man poured them each a cup of something dark that passed for coffee. He didn't look at them as he talked. "This lake's got more rooms under it than you'd think," he said. "Springs move things around, make spaces. Old pilings rot out, get hollow underneath. Happens every year somewhere." Ben nodded, grateful for the science, even though the explanation didn't fit the rhythm of what he'd seen. "You ever hear knocking before it gives?" Caleb asked. The man hesitated. "Once," he said. "Years back. My cousin swore he heard it too, said it sounded like someone under the ice with a stick, tapping to get out. That was in winter, though. Nothing to do with this." He looked up finally, eyes bloodshot and still. Nothing at all. The brothers spent the afternoon helping pull what was left of the dock up to shore. Most of the boards had splintered clean across the nails, as if they'd been pried from beneath instead of broken from above. When they laid them out in the dirt, the pattern was clear. Each board bowed slightly in the same direction, all of them curving upward. Ben stared at the warped wood, tracing the bend with his thumb. "That's not current," he said quietly. The old man didn't answer. By dusk, the new dock plan was already taking shape. They'd rebuild it, anchor it higher, fill the gap beneath with stone. "Water takes the space you give it," one of the locals said. "You just got to give it less." They all laughed at that because it sounded practical, even though it wasn't. When night came, everyone went home, except the brothers. They sat in silence on the shore with the remains of the old dock behind them. The lake glowed faintly under the half-moon, calm and ordinary. But every few minutes, a ripple passed through the center. Small, circular, deliberate. Caleb rubbed his hands together. "You think it's done?" Ben didn't answer. He was watching the raft again. It hadn't moved all day, but the reflection beneath it was shifting slightly now, like heat shimmer. "We should take it in," Ben said suddenly. "The raft?" "Yeah, before it goes under too." Caleb laughed once. "And you're going to swim out there in that?" Ben didn't smile. "Not swim. I'll take the rowboat." His brother's face fell. You're serious? If it's just chain, we'll know. If it's not... He didn't finish. They dragged the old aluminum rowboat down from the bank, oars clattering against the metal hull. The sound felt too loud, wrong against the silence of the lake. When they pushed off, the water accepted them without a ripple. Caleb sat in the bow with a flashlight. Ben rowed slow, each stroke measured. Halfway out, the air turned colder again. Not the kind of cold that comes from wind. This was rising, like the lake was breathing it upward. Caleb's hand tightened on the light. You feel that? Ben nodded. Keep it steady. When they reached the raft, it rocked gently under their weight. The chain clinked against the hull. Ben leaned over and grabbed it. Help me pull. Together they hauled until the line came taut. It didn't give. He braced his foot on the raft's edge and pulled again. The chain vibrated with a strange resonance, a low hum that travelled through the aluminum hull into their bones. Then slowly it began to move, downward. The chain was being pulled. Caleb dropped the flashlight, and it swung wildly, throwing shards of light across the water. Let go, he shouted. But Ben held on, jaw clenched, eyes locked on the dark patch beneath them. For a second, something white flashed in the beam, smooth, round, too pale to be fish. It turned as the light caught it, revealing what looked like the curve of a shoulder or maybe the side of a face. Then it was gone. The chain went slack, and Ben fell backward into the boat. They rowed for shore without speaking. The only sound was their breathing and the small slap of oars. When the boat hit dirt, they scrambled out, dragging it higher onto land. Caleb turned back to look. The raft sat where it had been, perfectly still. Ben, he whispered, look at the chain. The metal links were rising out of the water, one after another, like something underneath was feeding it upward. The last loop broke the surface, and then the end of it disappeared beneath again, dragging a faint trail of bubbles with it. Neither of them slept that night. Every creak of the cabin made them jump. Around midnight, a soft tapping started against the window. 3 knocks, pause, 2, 1. Ben froze in his chair, staring at the glass. The sound came again, gentler this time, like a finger brushing against the pane. He walked slowly toward it. Outside, the lake was silver with moonlight. The dock's remains lay still, the raft an unmoving shape on the water. But in the reflection on the glass, something shifted, a ripple that didn't exist outside. Then the tapping stopped. At dawn, they packed. No one said it out loud, but both knew they were done with North Star Lake. The truck was loaded by the time the first locals came down to start work on the rebuild. The old man walked up as they were getting in. "You heading out already?" he asked. "Yeah," Ben said. "We've had enough fishing for a while." The old man studied their faces. Probably smart. He handed Ben a folded piece of paper. "If the water ever calls again," he said, "don't answer. You can't reason with places that remember you." They drove out with the windows down, the smell of pine following them up the hill. Neither of them looked back until the road curved high above the lake. From that angle, they could see the whole thing, a sheet of silver blue stretched between the trees, still and perfect. But halfway across, right where the raft floated, the reflection shimmered wrong. It wasn't the wind, it was movement, something rising then sinking again. Caleb blinked and looked away. "Don't," Ben said quietly. "Just keep driving." A week later, a message came through the bait shop's landline. It was from a couple who'd rented the same cabin. They'd gone out fishing the first night and never came back. The rowboat was found near the shore, empty, one oar missing, the other snapped clean in half. The chain to the raft was gone. The sheriff's report called it a tragic accident, probably the undertow from a hidden current. Locals called it something else. They said the lake had a long memory, and sometimes it knocked to see who was listening. Ben never went back, but every once in a while, when he stood near a dock or heard water drip in a quiet room, he'd catch it again. 3 taps, pause, 2, 1. Always faint, always patient. It never came from the same direction twice. It didn't demand, it reminded. He'd close his eyes, breathe slow, and wait for it to stop. It always did, eventually. The thing beneath the dock didn't chase people. It waited. That was worse, because waiting meant it knew they'd all come back someday. The flats boat wasn't supposed to be this far from the channel markers. It was a rented 18-footer with a stubborn outboard, a cooler full of bad decisions, and 4 weekend fishermen who knew just enough about the Keys to be confident and just enough about weather to be wrong. Ross had the wheel because he had the calm voice. Miguel watched the water because he had the best eyes. Dana kept the GPS alive with a portable battery that was not in fact waterproof. And Hutch, whose real name no one used, sat on the cooler like it was a throne. They'd left Isla Mirada before sunrise with a plan so simple it sounded bulletproof. Sight cast for bonefish on the flats, run back before the afternoon storms, and text spouses' celebratory photos featuring sunscreen, humility, and tails. Around noon, the sky forgot its manners. The storm didn't arrive so much as select them. When the first sheet of rain hit, it felt like being pelted with thrown sand. Ross throttled down and swung the bow toward where the channel should have been, trusting memory over instruments he didn't want to admit he hadn't set right. The wind snapped from one direction to the other as if a giant had changed its mind. The water went from glass to hammered tin in under a minute. Dana hunched over the GPS and shouted that the track line had flickered and gone grey. Miguel, who rarely raised his voice for anything smaller than a marlin, said, "Shoal," and pointed at a smear of colour in the water that meant shallow was riding up fast. Hutch, whose job in any group was to be loud and helpful until one of those qualities turned into a liability, announced that the storm would pass in 5 and that they should just hold steady. The storm did not care about this plan. The first hit wasn't from wind, it was from bottom. The skeg kissed sand, the bow hopped, and the boat skated sideways the way flats boats do when they're suddenly more sled than vessel. Ross cut throttle and lifted the motor in the same breath, instinct doing what pride wouldn't have done quickly enough. "Push pole," Miguel said, and already had it in his hands, digging the fiberglass pole into the seagrass to keep them from slewing into even thinner water. The rain thickened until the shoreline erased itself. Ross could feel the hull skitter along a skin of water that didn't want to be deep. Somewhere to their left, thunder cracked so close it sounded like wood splitting at his ear. If you've never been on a skiff when a storm rearranges the world, it's hard to convey the way scale changes. The ocean goes small, the sky goes heavy, and your decisions get loud. They tried to hold position and wait for a break. Waiting works on road trips and in offices. On water, waiting is often just drift with better posture. The wind found them from the south and pushed steadily northeast, nudging them across a map that would have made sense an hour ago when there were landmarks. Hutch swore he could see the blip of a marker through the rain. Miguel saw only the trembling negative space where horizon used to be. Dana wrapped the GPS in her windbreaker and begged it to behave like advertised. The track reappeared and drew a random scribble, the cartographer's way of saying, "You're not going to like this." Ross kept the bow, pointed into chop, and let the boat yaw the way you let a skittish dog take 2 steps left if it means you both keep moving forward. They drifted for 30 minutes that felt like 6 hours and 2 minutes that felt like a dare. The flats disappeared under water that wasn't quite brown and wasn't quite blue. Storm color, the shade that makes you realize you've never had a good conversation with wind. When the squall finally thinned, it did it like a curtain being drawn by a tired stagehand, ragged and late. Shapes returned slowly, a low line of mangroves to the east, the suggestion of a sandbar to the south, dark smudges that could be birds or could be debris. "Island," Miguel said, because the word was more useful than clump of trees on a lump of silt. Ross let the boat fall off the wind and angled toward it. The motor coughed at half-tilt, then decided to be helpful for reasons that had nothing to do with them. Hutch exhaled like the storm had been personally rude to him. Dana wiped rain from her cheeks and started an inventory she didn't say out loud yet. Batteries damp, flares intact, food fine, radio questionable. Up close, the island wasn't the kind you see on postcards. It was a crown of mangroves with their knees stuck deep in milky water, a ridge of coral rubble a foot above the tide line, and a smell like wet leaves, salt, and something older that had been left in the sun. The shoreline was a tangle of roots and deadfall, everything interlaced like fingers. On one side, a narrow cut opened into a shallow cove, a pocket of calmer water where the skiff could get its breath. "There," Ross said, and brought them in slow. Miguel stepped out first, calf deep, feeling with his feet for broken coral and stingrays because both punish arrogance. The bottom gave, but didn't fold. They grounded the bow against a mat of roots and tied off to a trunk that looked like it had already lost patience with storms this year. For a minute, the silence after engines and rain sounded like safety. Then other sounds introduced themselves, the constant small clatter of tiny crabs in the mangrove litter, the drip of collected water from leaves, and somewhere behind it all, the hollow boom of waves hitting a reef farther outside. Hutch popped the cooler and pretended to make a joke about landfall beer, but nobody moved for it. Ross lifted the radio mic and pressed transmit. Static answered with enthusiastic confidence. He checked the antenna connection and tried again. The radio hissed like a patient with a secret. "Battery?" Dana asked. "Green," Ross said. "Signal. If there is one, it doesn't think we're interesting." Miguel slapped each pocket like a man trying to remember his own inventory. "Cell." 4 screens came out, all damp, all optimistic for half a second, all turning into the same blank map that says offline in a tone designed by lawyers. They took stock the way people do when pride has already taken the first bruise. Cooler. Sandwiches safe in zip bags, water half full, beers too many. Dry bag, flares, a whistle, a space blanket, and a first aid kit that had never met anyone meaner than a fishhook. Tools, pliers, a 3-inch knife, a roll of electrical tape that had gotten wet and now had opinions about its own utility. Fuel, enough to make bad choices if the weather cooperated. Weather, still thinking about it. Ross looked up at the sky that had returned to a lighter bruise and then down at the water that had decided to be complicated again. "We wait it out here," he said. "When it clears, we run west, find the markers, and follow them in. No heroics." He said it like a leader because leaders say the thing they hope will be true in a voice that sounds like knowing. They eased the boat farther into the pocket and set a small anchor in the roots as a token against drift. Miguel waded along the edge of the cove and narrated the bottom to himself. Soft silt here, shell hash there, a cut under those 2 roots. Keep an eye on that. Dana climbed onto the highest knob of coral and turned slowly like a lighthouse with no light, memorizing shape and distance in case those became currency later. Hutch clambered into the mangroves and then immediately clambered back out, announcing that the mosquitoes were built differently here. He wasn't wrong. The bugs arrived with a determined professionalism, unbothered by wind, repelled by nothing, tasting everyone and choosing favourites. They were not the first people to use this island as an intermission. Beer cans with labels faded to ghost colours lay half buried in sand. A length of nylon rope was cinched around one trunk in a permanent knot that had forgotten its original job. On the coral ridge, 3 pieces of driftwood had been hauled into a triangle that might have been a windbreak, a shelter frame, or just someone's brief idea of order. Near it, the ground was pocked with small, round depressions, the signature of a place that had been littered with shells and then cleaned by weather. At the edge of the mangroves, a tangle of fishing line hung from a branch like a bad charm. Miguel unhooked it and pocketed the lead. "This stuff saves people," he said, then added dryly, "or strangles birds." When the second cell of the storm line pushed across the flats, the light went green and the rain came sideways. They hunkered under the mangrove canopy while the skiff rocked gently on its 3 anchor points. The wind came through the roots in a whining thread that made Dana think of badly tuned radios. It made Hutch think of his granddad's stories and prompted him to share one about a hurricane party that had become a long, thin myth. Ross kept the radio in his hand because it felt like a talisman, even when talismans don't work. The static changed character occasionally, higher hiss, then a low roll like a far engine, enough to make him say again and press, transmit like a reflex. Nothing answered but weather. Hours stretch under mangroves. Even with 4 people, the small island felt big in the wrong dimensions and small in the ones that mattered. They ate only because chewing makes time measurable. The rain slowed, then returned, then gave up for 15 minutes and let heat rise, then hammered down like regret. Miguel used the lull to walk once around the ridge, staying within voice of the others but pretending distance. He found a patch of ground that looked different, a smoother oval scoured of leaf litter. He scuffed it with his shoe and saw pale under pale the bleached curve of a shell. He rubbed it with his palm and felt a different texture beneath, porous in a way shell isn't. He stopped, covered it back over, and told himself not to get poetic. He would tell the others later, he thought, when they were all relaxed enough for curiosity to be a hobby again. By late afternoon, the wind turned north. That should have been a gift. It meant the weather was lifting from the south and the channels would open like streets after parade cleanup. But the tide had also decided to go its own direction, and the water in the pocket rose at an angle that felt wrong to Ross's knees. "She's filling from the back," he said, and then realized how that sounded. Miguel saw it too, the slick on the water that wasn't wind, the flow that didn't match the chop, a surface current sliding into the cove from a gap in the roots on the far side. "There's a cut through," he said. "Little creek." Dana followed the line with her eyes and frowned. "Outgoing or incoming?" "Both," Miguel said, which was not topologically helpful, but was emotionally accurate. They made a plan that depended on equipment behaving like it had in catalogues. As soon as the rain lifted enough to see the flats beyond the mangroves, they would motor slow along the island's lee, nose out toward the markers, and take the quickest line to known water. If the motor refused, they would pole. If the pole refused, they would drift with a stern anchor down and call it good seamanship. Hutch suggested they also mark the island on the GPS as Beartree 1, and Dana did, because jokes sometimes become waypoints. The radio coughed and burped a fragment then, a syllable that could have been guard or could have been lightning in the antenna. Ross leaned into it like prayer. The syllable refused to become a sentence. It's impressive how fast a boat stops being a boat when everything attached to it gets wet. The nav lights that had worked fine on the trailer would only flicker now. The bilge pump managed 2 polite coughs and retired. The spare battery, the one Ross kept for the trolling motor, was in good shape, if good shape means doesn't like rain but pretends. They shuffled gear forward and aft to trim the hull and make Ross feel less like a passenger in a story he was supposed to helm. Above the mangroves, the sky was developing those high, fast clouds that mean weather is moving away. Across the flats, a line of sun walked toward them like a dog that isn't sure it remembers you. The first clean break in the rain looked like a decision. Ross stood, scanned the water, and saw shapes he trusted. The low, black tooth of a marker in the middle distance, a light chop that looked like ordinary Keys wind, gulls daring each other to land on nothing. "We go now," he said, and heard in his own voice the part that wanted the universe to answer, approved. They pushed the bow off the roots, and the skiff turned with the eagerness of a horse that has already guessed the way home. The motor fired, coughed, and then found itself. Miguel had the push-pole ready in case it forgot. Dana clutched the GPS and tracked a line that was more aspiration than geometry. Hutch grinned at the openness and began to say something about "told you." And that's when the prop found something soft, and then hard. The engine hiccuped and quit. The boat rocked once, twice, and slewed sideways in the small current like a paper snack tray. Ross swore once, clean. He lifted the motor and saw nothing dramatic. No line, no eelgrass braided around the prop, just a smear of silt and the faintest nick on one blade. He lowered, primed, pulled, and coaxed. The motor gave him a few grudging revolutions and an oily cough, then stopped as if the conversation bored it. "We pole," Miguel said, not unkindly, and planted the pole at the stern. The skiff moved, grudging, polite, an inch at a time. The inch turned into a foot, and the foot into what felt like a yard if you were using pre-storm measurements. The gap in the mangroves that they had planned to use as an exit moved on their right and became an entrance again. They were a third of the way out of the pocket when the current asserted itself. It was not dramatic. It simply decided direction mattered to it again. The bow swung 5 degrees toward the mangroves without asking anyone's opinion. Miguel corrected, and the stern kissed a mat of roots that sounded like a tired sigh. "Anchor," Ross said, and Dana fed a small mushroom over the side as a break, not as a declaration. The rope went taut and hummed like a string. The boat stopped moving forward and started moving diagonally. Hutch leaned on the gunwale and stared at the water as if it owed him a favor. If they had a drone, the whole thing would have looked almost funny, a little white skiff on a leash being pulled sideways by a current as thin as a bedsheet and as stubborn as a habit, 4 people trying to give orders to physics. They gained 10 feet and lost 8. They gained 6 and lost 9. Sun reached them, made the water brighter, and the shallows more honest. In that honesty lay the detail they didn't want yet, a darker ribbon threading through the bright, deeper water where the small current came in, a finger leading under the mangroves to somewhere behind the island. "Creek," Miguel said again, "goes through." "We follow it," Hutch offered, with optimism that had not finished elementary school. "We don't," Ross said, and the tone settled that for now. They retreated, not because retreat was admirable, but because the boat was tired of being a metaphor. Back in the pocket, the anchor line went slack, and the skiff settled into a stance that said, "Fine." The wind lifted through the mangroves and carried the damp sugar smell of rot. Dana checked the GPS and discovered that they had traveled exactly a cartoon zigzag and were still technically here. She turned the little arrow around and back again and told herself that orientation was a magic trick for later. Hutch said, We could sleep here if we had to. And no one disagreed, because agreeing didn't make it true or false. Miguel walked the ridge again and found that smooth oval of scoured ground he'd covered earlier. The light now made it paler than the sand around it. He rubbed with his shoe and uncovered a spiral of shell, and beneath it, the edge of something not shell. He bent, brushed with his fingers, and found porous curve. He covered it again and told himself it was coral. Evening came with a competence that daylight hadn't mustered. Colours went from blue to pewter to the yellow-grey that means mosquitoes are about to get extremely organised. The reef outside boomed like a drumline that had paced itself all day. The tide reversed, then decided not to, then did, and the small current in the pocket made its quiet ribbon again toward that gap. Ross tried the radio one more time and spoke a calm sentence to people he hoped existed. Location vague, condition stable, request for guidance. The radio answered with a patience that sounded like distance. Dana lit the smallest flare for practice and decided it was both brighter and shorter than the part of her brain that had rehearsed this. Hutch claimed he could see lights on the horizon that were probably civilization and not lightning, and then lightning flickered in exactly that direction, making liars of optimism and prophets of weather. When dark finally committed, they arranged themselves the way people do when the night might be rude. They set headlamps on low, made a pile of gear against the higher part of the ridge, looped the anchor lines twice, and told each other stories about mornings. The mangroves made a ceiling of black crossing lines. Beyond them, the sky held more stars than seemed fair. The air cooled enough to make breath an occupation again. Somewhere on the backside of the island, in the little creek, something walked through shallow water with the slow, careful step of a thing that expects to be listened to. Ross raised a hand without thinking, the universal signal for quiet that means nothing to wind or birds or whatever that was. It stopped when they stopped. It started when someone shifted. You tell yourself it's a raccoon because raccoons are built to carry blame, no matter the latitude. They slept in pieces, 2 at a time, 1 eye each. Just before midnight, the tide made a sound like someone rolling a barrel down a hallway, which is a polite way of describing water deciding to go faster in a narrow throat. The skiff nudged the mangrove roots and then nudged them again in an almost conversational rhythm. Dana counted the seconds between the nudges and turned it into math that felt like control. Miguel dreamed of a long, flat bone lying in shallow water with rope around it and woke angry at himself for the way the mind decorates fear. Hutch, who had told the most jokes, slept the heaviest and snored like a broken bilge. Right before dawn, the world went so quiet it was as if the island had been put under glass. That kind of silence has a sound if you've ever listened hard enough, the tiny click of shrimp in the grass, the distant sough of swell on a far reef, and underneath that, a hollow somewhere that shouldn't be hollow. Ross sat up slowly, muscles stiff, and watched grey become the soft kind of light that makes everything look like a decision you haven't made. Out across the pocket, where the little ribbon of current slid in, something flashed, a quick, pale curve just under the surface, too round for fish, too clean for debris. It vanished before his brain could decide if it had seen it. He did not wake the others. He told himself it was nothing because nothing is the best breakfast. When the sun finally cleared the line of mangroves, the day looked almost friendly again. The air took on that Florida honesty, hot, wet, and indifferent. They ate the last of the sandwiches and saved water like it was immoral. Ross stood, stretched, and told the motor he loved it. The motor responded by starting on the 3rd try and idling like a man wheezing into a harmonica. "We go at slack," he said. Miguel nodded and took the push-pole because hope and leverage like to travel together. Dana wrapped the GPS again, wrote their names and the date in a notes app that had no idea where it was, and tucked the phone where she wouldn't drop it when it mattered. Hutch put on his hat like armor. The skiff turned its bow toward the gap, the pocket smoothed, and the ribbon of current lay in front of them like a path someone had drawn for a reason. Later, when people asked where the trouble really started, Ross would say, "When we left the pocket." He'd mean it. But if you've been listening, you know it started before that, when the storm chose them, when the island proved too useful, when the water showed them a ribbon and dared them to call it a road. They pushed off on the cleanest morning of their trip, with 4 people, 1 plan, and a boat that believed in them just enough to get them into the next part of the story. Slack tide looked harmless. The skiff nosed from the pocket toward the narrow gap like a dog slipping through a half-latched gate. Ross kept the motor barely above idle. Miguel planted the push-pole and trimmed the bow. Dana watched the GPS arrow crawl as if it were dragging the boat by string. Hutch pointed at the brighter flats beyond and said they were 20 minutes from a cold beer, because someone has to say it, even if they don't believe it. The current in the cut was thin, almost gentle, and then in one body length it wasn't. The bow slid, the stern tugged, and the skiff pivoted sideways like a door caught by a child running past. Ross feathered throttle, too careful by necessity, and the prop found silt, burped, then bit. They moved 3 yards and lost 2, the boat tracking diagonally as if drawn by an invisible pencil. "More juice," Hutch called, but Miguel shook his head without looking back. "Shallow to starboard, root mat under." There's a particular noise mangrove roots make when fiberglass kisses them, half scrape, half sigh. It's the sound of time deciding you're not its favorite. Ross backed off, cursed once in a friendly tone, and gave up the idea of riding the narrow. "We're not forcing it," he said. "We'll lighten and walk her." They poled back into the pocket, set the anchor short, and pulled everything heavy onto the coral ridge. Cooler, spare battery, tackle bag that belonged in a seminar on optimism. The skiff floated an inch higher and looked happier about its prospects than the humans did. "We scout the backside," Miguel said. "Find an opening with less pull." Ross nodded. Dana wrapped the radio in a dry bag and slung it, then tucked flares into her back pocket like pens. Hutch palmed a beer he didn't open, just held, because weight in the hand made him brave. The interior of the island was a tangle, mangrove knees like knuckles, roots looping up and down as if someone had braided the ground. Footing changed from coral rubble to soft peat in a single step. Every branch carried salt and old dust, every leaf dripped in a way that made time feel granular. Crabs skittered sideways under the leaf litter, but you heard them before you saw them, constant, low static. Mosquitoes found skin and opinions. They followed the faintest path where other stranded people must have walked, shiny bark worn down along one trunk, a loop of rope rubbed into the wood like a belt notch, the ghost of a campsite flattened by older rains. "People wait here a lot," Dana said, not quite a question. At the back of the mangroves, the ground rose half a foot and firmed. The sound changed too, the small clink of wavelets in a different direction, the low thud of swell working through a gap farther out. Miguel lifted a hand and the others paused, listening, the way you listen at a door you're not sure you should open. Through the roots, a narrow creek showed itself, black compared to the milky pocket water. It slid past like a strip of oil, quiet, fast, indifferent. You don't follow water like that without a reason that can survive the next hour. "Nope," Ross said, and put his body between the creek and the group, like that would matter if decisions failed. They cut left, following the higher ridge. The smell shifted from salt and tannin to something sweet rotten, like wet paper and old fruit. Coral gave way to a flat of compacted shell and bone, clean, pale, and arranged by tide into lunar patterns. Wind hardly reached here. The air was still enough to feel like a held breath. Camp again? Hutch guessed, pointing at 3 driftwood lengths leaned into a crooked triangle. Miguel shook his head. Windbreak, maybe, he said. Or someone started and left. Dana crouched where the ground had been cleared in an oval the size of a small tent. She brushed away leaves. Pale arcs flashed. Shell halves, true, but also something more porous, more matte. She stopped brushing. She knew that texture, even if the rest of her didn't want to. For a long second, nobody said the word. It's strange how language waits for permission from the body. Ross finally knelt beside her and touched the curve with a knuckle, as if the difference between fingernail and skin would protect him from saying it out loud. Bone, he said softly. Probably turtle, Hutch offered, too quick, so fast that his voice made the joke sound like pleading. Miguel pointed at a neat hole low on the arc. Not turtle. They all stood at once like the ground had tilted. The oval wasn't a grave, it wasn't neat enough, and the island wouldn't have allowed deep digging anyway. It was more like a staging area, a place where things had been laid out. Shells and small bones, knees of crab, a sun-whitened length that could have been a deer femur if deer wore salt. Here and there, fishing line, not in a tangle, but in loops, coiled on purpose. Dana found a length wrapped twice around a fragment of long bone and tied off with 2 half hitches, a fisherman's knot so practiced it had turned elegant. Her mouth went dry. Why would someone tie... She didn't finish. They fanned out within sight of each other, eyes tuned now for pale amid brown and green. Ross found the edge of a weather-killed tarp, brittle and salt-stiff, half buried. Hutch found a flip-flop so faded its brand was legend. Miguel brought his hands up empty, palms showing mud like proof of intention. Dana walked the perimeter of the oval and stopped when something tugged her shoe. She looked down. A thin leader, 40-pound mono, snaked from under the leaf litter across her boot and vanished beneath the coral dust. She knelt and teased it up carefully, following it hand over hand, the way you do when you don't want to drag whatever is on the other end. 10 feet, 20. The line ended in a tiny stainless clip, and that clip hung from a wrist bone. It took her a second to understand that the wrist was just the right size for the line, because the line had been chosen for that size. Don't touch it, Ross said, but his voice was late. Her fingers were already shaking and still. She set the bone down gently, moved her hand back along the line until plastic met skin again, and allowed her breath to return to her mouth. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay." Hutch paced backward until a root found his calf and sat down abruptly, breath leaving him in a noise he tried to turn into a laugh and didn't. No one said ritual because ritual would have made it too neat. No one said Smuggler's Island because that would have turned the bone into a warning written in a language they could escape. They said nothing for 2 minutes that lasted the rest of the day. Somewhere behind them the creek clicked over rock. Somewhere beyond that the outer reef boomed. The oval held its silence like a talent. Miguel finally angled toward the mangroves and followed a straight line of flattened leaves to a place where the roots opened into a low arch. On the other side, the creek widened to a pool the size of a small room. Water slid into it and slid out, surface taut as skin. Along the pool's edge, small stakes poked from the mud, mangrove shoots cut and driven in, not random, not storm-broken. Each stake had a notch near the top. Lines cut the water between some of them, almost invisible unless the light caught a sliver. Ross stepped closer because denial causes movement. The lines crossed and recrossed just at the pool's lip, creating shallow lanes the way old fish weirs do. Trap, Miguel said. It wasn't built for fish. It was set too high, too close to the air. Dana spotted a second triangle of driftwood tucked in the roots as a windbreak, a place a human body might watch from and keep dry. More coils of mono hung from a branch, 4, 5, each cut clean at 4 feet. She counted because counting holds panic by the wrist. The notion arrived uninvited and sat between them. Someone had stood here, tied those lines, and waited. Maybe for turtles, maybe for birds, maybe for people trying to cross the creek at night. The leadership in Ross's chest didn't like any of those pictures. He turned to leave and saw new, because now they were primed, the single boot print stamped in the soft mud under a low branch, a recent print, edges still right-angled. Not their tread pattern, narrower. He put his own heel beside it and hissed when his shoe swallowed most of the print. Smaller foot, lighter. "Kid?" Hutch said, too hopefully. Miguel didn't answer. "We're not alone on this island," Ross said, and it sounded obvious and new at the same time. Back at the oval, the light had shifted to the color that flattens everything, late afternoon drawing edges off. The skiff and their gear sat 30 yards away, absurdly civilized against the mangrove wall. Dana snapped 2 photos without moving, quick and shaky, then put the phone down like it was hot. "We mark it and tell the Coast Guard," she said. "We do not touch anything else." Ross nodded, grateful for a sentence he could step into. He took the little orange panel from the flare kit, tied it to a cut branch, and drove the branch into the coral rubble at the oval's edge. The wind caught the plastic and made it talk. They missed the first sign of tide turning because their bodies were shouting about other things. The second sign was impossible to miss. The gentle draw through the pocket became a tug, then a slow push. Their anchor line stood off the bow like a violin string. The skiff yawed, then straightened, then yawed again as the pocket emptied through the mangrove gate. It was like someone had opened a drain the size of a door. "She's pulling," Miguel said. "We need to reset, or we're sideways when we try to go." Ross jogged, then ran. The others followed, each carrying too many things and none of them useful. At the water's edge, the pocket looked narrower, as if the mangroves had leaned in. The incoming and outgoing currents had stopped arguing and picked a direction. Ross paid out more anchor rode to give the bow a better bite, and winced when the line thrummed under his hand, with that high note rope makes when it's as tight as it's willing to be. "We're not leaving at this tide," he said. "We wait. We don't test a hallway that's hungry." No one argued. They dragged the cooler and battery farther uphill and made a little camp out of necessity. Headlamps, jackets, a pile of dry nothing. Only then did Hutch ask the question the island had been waiting for. "Why the lines around bones?" He meant it the way a child asks a question at a museum, not to be cute, but to have a place to stand. Miguel stared at the pool through the roots. "To hold," he said. "To keep from drifting." Dana swallowed. "Or to pull." They let that sit until it felt like a person at the edge of their circle. Ross said, almost to himself, "We mark it. We report. We don't make stories we can't carry. Evening closed fast. Keys dusk is short. 1 minute the world is lit like a lie, the next it's honest dark." They set a watch because they were scouts once, or fathers, or the kind of people who believe in taking turns with fear. The reef outside boomed with a slow, reassuring regularity. The creek clicked. The mosquitoes made their law. The radio said nothing in a dozen dialects of static. Somewhere around full dark, the pocket water level dropped enough to expose the root mat along the edge. A soft, careful step sounded in the shallows on the far side of the mangroves. Then another. Not a raccoon. Too measured. They all leaned without standing. The steps stopped. The pocket breathed once and held. They didn't sleep so much as close their eyes in shifts. Words they didn't say arranged themselves anyway. Ritual, coyote path, trap, kid, remains. Near midnight, Dana heard the smallest sound near the oval, like plastic, slipping against dry leaf, a coil unspooling itself by a fraction. She clicked her headlamp to its lowest and swung it, just enough to find the orange marker panel shivering in a wind that hadn't reached her face. The panel settled. Something in the mangroves settled with it, as if the island had shifted weight. By 4, the current reversed. By 5, the first grey smudged the east. They caught the boat yawning back on its line, like a dog that had decided not to run away after all. Ross stood, stretched, and let the morning tell him it was time to choose the next mistake. He pointed at the gap that had tried to own them and said, with a calm he made for everyone else, "At first light, we go, slow, bow into it, eyes on the deeper ribbon." He didn't say the other sentence his body held like a hot coin. "We're not the first people this place has kept, and it keeps what it wants." They ate quietly, half a protein bar each, a swallow of water, and more air than food. The oval waited 20 yards back, pale and patient, the orange square fluttering with a message they refused to translate. They packed what mattered most into the skiff and left the rest in a neat pile so that if anyone came, they'd know people here had intended to come back. The pocket looked manageable again. The creek's ribbon lay tighter against the right bank, readable. Ross took the tiller. Miguel planted the pole and nodded once. Dana set the GPS to record. Hutch sat on the cooler and put both hands flat on the lid, like he was holding the boat together. Later, when someone would ask how long they stayed on the island before trying again, Ross would say, "A night and a morning." Dana would say, "2 tides." Miguel would hold up 2 fingers and not offer numbers at all. Hutch would just say, "Long enough to find something we wish we hadn't," and leave it there. Because the truth is, they had already left a piece of themselves in that oval. The rest of them would try to leave at first light, and the island would decide how much of the plan it wanted to keep. First light should have made them brave. It only made everything sharper. The pocket water looked clean and simple again, a slack tongue between roots. The creek's darker ribbon held to the right bank like a drawn line. Ross eased the skiff off the ridge and into the pocket while Miguel kept the push-pole low and ready. Dana watched the arrow crawl across the screen and told herself movement was progress. Hutch sat on the cooler with hands flat, like he could hold the boat together by intention alone. The plan was plain: nose into the ribbon, ride its deeper water, pivot at the cut, and be out before the tide remembered it had an opinion. They made 5 clean yards. The bow tracked truer than yesterday. The push-pole bit sand and then found nothing and then found purchase again. Ross feathered the tiller as if it were attached to a fragile feeling. The creek's pull joined them instead of pushing, a rare kindness. "Now," Miguel said, and Ross gave a whisper of throttle. The skiff slid, not prettily but obediently, and the mangrove gate opened into its long, thin hallway. For 2 body lengths, the water under them felt like a hand, firm under the hull. Then just as Dana let herself breathe, the hand turned its palm, and the skiff rolled left toward the root mat. Ross backed off instantly. The bow kissed roots with a soft, hairy scrape. Miguel planted the pole and pushed hard, jaw clenched. The stern slid back toward center and stalled there, equal parts cooperation and threat. "Little more," he said. Ross gave it. The boat advanced by inches that felt like arguments. They reached the gate's throat, the part where the creek narrowed before it opened onto the flats, and that was when the skiff stopped. Not snag, not bottom. It just stopped, the way a dog stops when it sees something you can't. "Something under," Miguel said, and lifted the pole for another bite. The pole touched down and tapped metal, a thin, bright ping that carried up the fiberglass like a voice through a pipe. They all froze. Ross lifted the motor on instinct and peered into water that refused to be honest. He saw silt, light, and the flat suggestion of something taut and straight, cutting across the channel at shin height. Dana's mouth went dry. "Line," she whispered. "Across." Miguel slid the pole tip along it and found a knot, a small loop, then another line joining from the left, 3 points making a crude gate a foot below the surface. Not enough to stop a fish, enough to stop a person walking, or a skiff that didn't like ropes in its prop. They backed water with the pole and freed the bow without touching the lines. The boat drifted back into the pocket like it had exhaled. Nobody spoke for a long breath. Hutch finally said, "So somebody laid that?" He meant, recently. He meant, while we were here. Ross stared at the mangrove wall and felt the small hairs along his forearms go alert in a way he hadn't let them since the storm. "He didn't say we're being herded." He didn't need to. It sat between them anyway. They brought the skiff to heel against the ridge and reset the anchor short so the bow faced the gate. If you've ever been cornered by weather and then felt something human lean in, you know that particular tightening, the way your plans turn thin and the island's plan gets thick. Miguel took the small knife from the tackle kit and put it in his pocket without comment. Dana kept the radio near and the flares closer. Hutch searched the mangrove wall for motion he could call wind, and found wind. He still didn't like it. "We wait for more water," Ross said. "If the line sinks a hair, we can ride above it." It was the kind of sentence you say to give time shape. Daylight climbed. Heat arrived early. The pocket water rose, but not much. Twice they watched the gate, and twice the creek twitched like a vein. Around noon, a shadow crossed behind the mangroves on the far side of the pool. Not bird, not leaf. The arc of a shoulder and the brief suggestion of hair. Dana saw it first and didn't speak, only set her hand flat on Ross's forearm and pressed once. By the time he looked, it was leaves again. He waited for the mind to invent it. It didn't. "We have company," he said, and kept his voice low and ordinary. "Keep hands in, no sudden." It felt ridiculous. It also felt necessary. They tried to act like people who were not watched. They ate a little. They refilled water. Miguel walked the ridge to the oval because the part of him that was a human being needed to confirm the island still held its ugliness in a single location. The orange panel fluttered. The staged bones sat where they had. But a new thing had arrived. 4 small, clean circles in the coral dust, evenly spaced like forefinger and thumb, had pressed down and lifted, pressed down and lifted, prints too precise for wind or crab. He crouched and blew gently. The circles held, edges perfect. Fresh. He didn't call out. He stood and walked back like a man returning from a bathroom break. By late afternoon, the sky had that Cape Canaveral light, bleached and relentless. The flats beyond the mangroves went bright as an X-ray. The creek line deepened from green to black, as if the water there had an extra layer. "Slack in 20, Miguel said, listening to a tide table in his bones. When it turns, we go." Ross nodded and kept his eyes on the gate. He had the motor trimmed high and the oar out to fend a route they hadn't yet met. Dana checked the flare sleeve and, the kind of small survival choice that looks dramatic later, tucked one into the elastic of her shorts. Hutch rolled his hat brim and pretended to be bored. Nobody bought it. The first step in the shallows came at dusk, not the creek, not their pocket. Out past the mangroves on the flats where ankle-deep water stretched toward the channel. A measured sound, a heel, then a toe, pressing water into sand. Ross raised a palm. All four stilled. The step came again, closer, then stopped. The light now made everything a silhouette. If someone wanted to watch without being seen, this was the hour for it. "Hello," Ross called, and he hated himself for the word, but human voices want to shape human shapes. No answer. The step moved parallel to them now, pacing the mangrove wall as if counting trees. Miguel whispered, "Light." Dana swung the small dive light to its lowest and licked a narrow beam along the roots. Leaves shone like coins. Water glittered. No legs. The step continued for 3 more beats and then, politely, stopped. Night came on with its switch-like decision. The reef outside beat a deep, steady time. The creek whispered. The mosquitoes wrote their laws again. They agreed on a watch without saying watch, 2 hours each, overlapping. Ross took first because the plan should suffer inside him, not bruise anyone else first. He sat with his back to the skiff, feet on the ridge, and let his hearing widen. Twice he made the mistake of turning his head toward a noise and lost 2 other sounds in the movement. After an hour, he learned the trick. Hear without hunting it. That's when the person moved again, this time on their side of the mangroves. It started in the pocket, ankle deep, slow, each step careful enough to avoid noise and still making noise because physics is rude. The steps went from the far bank to the near, then back, a long half-moon around the skiff's nose, not fast, not shy, testing lines as if learning where the water reached and where roots made a lattice. Ross slid the oar handle up and out without clacking against the gunwale. "Easy," he whispered toward the boat, not knowing if anyone else was awake. The steps halted. He didn't lift the light. He kept still enough that his knees started to complain. The steps resumed in the opposite direction and faded into the creek's small talk. Miguel took second watch and 20 minutes into it heard something he decided to be brave about. It was the quiet rasp of rope moving against wood. He thought of the gate lines at the cut. He thought of the stake notches by the pool. He pictured a hand unseen, pulling a line a little tighter, lowering it a little deeper. He didn't wake the others because seeing a thing and not making a scene of it is sometimes the only power left to you. He rolled the knife in his pocket once, then let it sit. Dana's watch brought the strange mercy of fatigue, the way the mind quits narrating and just receives. She listened to the small crabs like rain on paper. She watched a satellite cut a strict line between 2 indifferent stars. When a soft click came from the oval, plastic on dry leaf, she looked and saw the orange marker panel turn once in air and settle back, as if someone had rotated the whole branch 12 degrees to see what the wind would do. She did not shine the light. She said in a voice not much louder than breath, "We see you." The mangroves were magnanimous and did not answer. At first grey, the pocket was empty of steps, full of birds. A heron stalked the ribbon and lifted away when it reached a stretch that looked no deeper than any other. Ross watched that, filed the fact the way men who live by water do, and said, "Now." They pushed off before the heat could steal nerve. The line at the gate sat where it had, just under the gleam. Miguel poled bow into the current and held it there, while Ross gave the motor a quarter turn of throttle with a hand that wanted to shake and didn't. The prop fluttered silt, cleared, and bit. The boat moved into the throat and the line rose toward the blade like a taut smile. The cut happened so fast it felt slow. A dark shape slid from under the mangrove arch on the right, long and low, more suggestion than detail. A hand? A pole? It hooked the line and lifted, just enough to kiss the prop. Ross cut power on reflex and the boat lurched right, bow into root. Miguel shoved. The line scraped aluminum with a clean violin sound and let go. For one hot second the skiff was free and pointed exactly where it needed to be. "Go!" Dana said, the word out of her like a held note. Ross hit the starter and the engine answered like a friend, once, twice, then awake. The skiff jumped forward. The mirror of the pocket broke into ugly wavelets. The mangrove gate widened. The island pulled its hands back as if the trick had been demonstrated and didn't need repetition. They cleared the cut in a mess of water and breath and small gratitude. Out on the flats, a thin chop ran with the breeze, and the world remembered to be big. Ross pointed the bow toward the marker that had become a religion. No one looked back for a long minute. When they did, it was Hutch, who couldn't help himself. He raised one hand in a half gesture, not a wave, not a point, and said, "Prince." They all turned. On the inside edge of the pocket, where the mud held impressions, a line of boot prints walked the shallows, not big, not Hutch's tread. They made a neat arc around the cove, then straightened and went out across the flat, heel, toe, until the water deepened to the depth that erases. The last print was perfect. After that, nothing. They didn't talk about it. They didn't need to. The proof that had been missing yesterday made itself. A person had been there, walking the waterline while they pretended to be alone. The gate lines had been lifted and lowered at will. The orange panel had turned. The oval had acquired new, neat circles. The island had not invented a ghost. It had offered them a neighbor. Miguel tightened his grip on the pole and watched the shallows for movement that would become story if he let it. He didn't let it. "Channel," he said, eyes up. Ross kept the throttle where it belonged and did the small math of wind against angle. Only when they found the first real marker and fell in behind it did Dana allow herself to take one photo backward with the longest zoom her phone could pretend. The image shook, caught leaves, water, a sliver of the pocket, and something else, the barest shape of a head above the roots where the gate lay. It might have been leaf, it might have been shadow. It had edges like a person. She didn't show the picture to anyone. Not yet. She tucked the phone away and let the motor's steady note put breaths back on a schedule. They made the channel slow. They followed the teeth of markers home the way you follow the spine of a familiar book. When the radio finally found a voice, it sounded like salvation and bureaucracy mixed and poured over ice. Ross gave coordinates, condition, intention. The voice answered with weather, advice, and a question he hadn't expected. "Any person sighted on the island?" he said after a tiny pause. "Possibly." The voice said, "Copy," in a way that implied that possibility was a regular character in their day. Only when the ramp came into view and men in hats, shaped like authority, nodded at them, did Hutch release the cooler and let his hands be useless again. They docked poorly and climbed out like people who had learned their ankles in new ways. A deputy asked if they'd seen any signs of other mariners. Ross said carefully, "We saw evidence, lines, prints." The deputy's eyes did a private thing and then went normal. "We'll take a look," he said, and wrote something down that might have been a promise. They stood together at the truck in the flat afternoon and pretended re-entry was just logistics, straps, winch, questions about fuel. Behind them, the channel glittered. Out past it, the flats did their old silver trick. Farther still, the island lay under its own small weather, the mangroves making their cross-hatched shade, the pocket holding its ribbon, the oval holding its patience. If you listened wrong, you could hear footsteps that were only small waves. If you listened right, you probably left faster. On the drive north, nobody slept. The AC thudded, the tires sang, and their shirts dried into salt maps. At a red light an hour up US 1, Dana finally showed the photo. They looked at it and looked away like it was sun. Hutch said, "Could be nothing." Miguel said, "It's something." Ross said nothing at all because he was counting, between markers, between tides, between steps in shallow water. Later, under a different roof, he would wake to the sound of a single footfall in a dream that wasn't a dream. He'd lie still and count a second step and a third, deliberate, patient, pacing the shallows. The Watcher wasn't a title the island had asked for. It was just what you called the part of a place that knew you and decided to walk while you listened. They didn't plan to go back. That was the first agreement, unspoken at the ramp and made official in the truck somewhere north of Key Largo. The island could keep its pocket and its oval and its gate. It could keep the careful steps in shallow water and the way the mangroves made ceilings out of crossed fingers. Ross drove with both hands tight at 10 and 2, as if the highway might try to turn, and Miguel watched every low cut of mangrove between causeways, like the island might have learned to move. Dana kept the phone face down in her lap, the picture of the not-quite head sealed away. Hutch stared at the cooler in the bed of the truck, as if something in there still needed guarding. Nobody said, "We got lucky." It felt like tempting a place that liked to listen. The report, when they filed it, felt like talking to a wall that took notes. A deputy asked efficient questions and typed, faster than humans should type, location, coordinates, description of the lines, description of the prints, the bone oval, the pool, the stake notches, the gate, the creek. "Any person sighted on the island?" he asked again, the same way the radio had. "Possibly," Ross said carefully, "not clearly enough for a description." "Voices?" "No." "Weapons?" "Lines," Miguel said, and the deputy's mouth twitched once and then got back to work. He thanked them, promised to follow up, and handed them a card with an email that felt like a sink. When they stepped out into the parking lot, the air smelled like hot asphalt and restaurant grease, which is to say, safe. The follow-up came 2 days later from a different voice that introduced itself as wildlife and then as Coast Guard, and then as nobody you can yell at. They'd sent a boat, they'd found the island, naturally they'd found the pocket, and the mangrove gate and the pool, and the oval and the orange panel. They'd found the lines stretched at shin height across the cut. They'd found prints, though not as crisp as Dana's photo suggested, and they'd found cut stake tops that matched the fresh saw marks Miguel had described. They hadn't found anyone. They said the word smuggling once in a sentence that tried to be gentle. They said poaching, as if that might be the kinder word. They asked if the group had any reason to believe someone was using the island for... and didn't finish the phrase because the word is heavy. "We believe someone was using it," Ross said, "for something they wanted to keep quiet." They returned to routines that didn't fit anymore. Ross dragged the skiff onto sawhorses in his driveway and cleaned it like a penance, scrubbing the line scrape off the hull with a Scotch-Brite pad and stopping at the spot where the aluminum was scored thin as a violin note. He stared at the nick in the prop and decided not to file it down yet, like you keep a scar to remember what the skin owes you. Miguel took his pole apart and leaned the sections in the corner of a garage that smelled like motor oil and old tournaments. He cut new leaders, tied knots by habit, and found his fingers pausing in mid-air to measure 4 feet exactly. Dana backed up photos, then opened the one image she'd taken and zoomed. The head was still only a suggestion, edges where leaves should have been, hair where shadow should have lived. She closed the folder and opened a blank document instead. Notes settled in honest sentences she could hand to someone else if she needed to. She didn't need to. She printed nothing. She saved the file under a name that meant nothing and remembered everything. It would have been easy to say fear kept them away. It wasn't fear, it was respect with a pulse. They fished different water the next weekend, bridges and channels and flats with proper markers. They said versions of not worth it that had nothing to do with fish and everything to do with sound. When a storm line bruised up the afternoon sky, they headed in early without arguing. When the wind went north, nobody said, "Clean wind." They just adjusted trim and watched the mangroves from a distance that felt like a boundary drawn by something older. It worked. It almost worked. 3 weeks after the island, a charter captain posted a story to a private group. Found an unmarked raft chain dangling at low tide near a mangrove pocket, no raft attached, line loaded like something had wrapped it twice and dragged. He asked if anyone had lost a platform. Ross saw the post because a friend texted him a screenshot with a short message. "Your place?" He didn't answer. Dana saw a different post. Lost hikers recovered from a small cay south of there, dehydrated with lines tied around ankles to keep from being pulled, the article said. One of them mentioned a watcher, a person who had paced the shallows at night and never spoken. The sheriff called the claim fatigue and stress. The paper called it alleged. Words make things smaller. The water keeps them their size. Nights were heavier now. Sound found them. Ross woke twice in 1 week to a grip in his hands that wasn't there, the small weight of a push-pole planted into sand, the motor's tiller vibrating into his palm, the bite of the line against his forearm. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched the dark as if it might draw a map. You know that thing where you try to talk yourself out of believing a place remembers you? He tried. He reminded himself of tide charts and bathymetry, and the way currents run faster in narrow throats. He allowed ritual only in the way fishermen allow it, not choices, lure order, where you stand in the boat at daybreak. He didn't allow watchers. He didn't allow gates. He avoided words that would invite company. Miguel handled it differently. He bought charts, the paper kind you can spread across a table and stain with coffee. He traced mangrove cuts from memory and marked the spot where the creek line had held too clean. He called an old friend who'd poled skiffs for a living before he'd taken a job with Mornings. "Ever see gate lines?" he asked. The friend was quiet, then said, "Yeah, once near Turkey Point, not for fish." "For who?" "For whoever's not supposed to come through." "You cut 'em?" "No," the friend said, and the no had weight. "I got out and pretended it was a good day to be alive somewhere else." That was the end of that call. Hutch made jokes because jokes had always worked. He told a long, rambling one about a pirate HOA that enforces rope height at cut-throughs and does inspections at slack tide. People laughed. Then he stopped mid-story and stared at something over the storyteller's shoulder that wasn't there. He didn't finish. Later, he texted the group at 2 a.m., a single line. "Steps outside my window?" 10 minutes later. Never mind. An hour after that. 3 taps on glass, probably tree. In the morning, definitely tree. They didn't answer him that day because replying would make them companions in a narrative they weren't ready to be cast in. Dana did answer the Coast Guard, finally, with a clean email. "We concur with your theory of human activity. We do not intend to return. We hope you will remove the lines at the cut. We believe the location merits more frequent passes." She signed it with her full name because some sentences need the weight of your identity. The reply was cordial and administrative and promised nothing except attention when possible. 2 nights later, she woke to rain ticking her window and counted seconds between thunder and its light, something she hadn't done since she was 10. When the rain stopped, a softer sound continued, a wet finger on glass, 3 slow strokes, a pause, 2, 1. She turned on a lamp and walked to the window and found nothing but her own face looking back at her, pale and too serious. It's embarrassing to admit that she lifted her hand and repeated the rhythm anyway, for the empty room. They ran into the deputy at the marina a month after, the same one who'd taken the original report. He looked older by a day, more than they did. "We went back twice," he said, without preamble. "Lines were gone the second time. Orange marker was gone the first time." He glanced at the flats like a man wondering if they were listening. "We did find the pool and the oval, and we found some remains." The word arrived clean and then stayed in the air like humidity. "Taken by the coroner, what there was to take," he said. "No ID yet." He added almost kindly, "You didn't imagine it?" Ross nodded once, then again because the first nod felt like permission, and the second felt like closure. "The prince?" Miguel asked. "Washed," the deputy said. "Always do." Someone sent them a link to a local news segment that made everything pretty. A drone shot of mangroves at golden hour, a slow pan across blue water, a voiceover about possible illegal activity and dangerous currents, a graphic warning boaters to avoid storm travel, no mention of traps at shin height, no mention of a watcher. The drone didn't fly low enough to see the pocket, which is to say it didn't fly low enough to be impolite. They watched the video and then closed the tab like you close a door you've already decided not to open again. And still the island came back, not as a demand, but as a suggestion. It found them in bait shop conversations where the old-timers lowered their voices at the word cut. It found them in the way the tide sound under bridges changed pitch at night. It found them in small domestic water, a sink drip they couldn't locate for 10 minutes, a sprinkling system that tapped the window twice before it remembered its job. None of them believed in curses, all of them believed in memory. Places keep a map of the people who learn them. Sometimes a place folds that map and puts it in a pocket. Sometimes it takes it out, smooths the creases, and traces the lines with a finger so light you convince yourself you imagined it. On the day the weather finally went perfect again, flat seas, light east wind, clean sky, they went back on the water because that's what people who love water do, not to the island. You don't test a boundary that had the decency to let you leave. They ran the oceanside channels and drifted bright flats and saw bonefish that allowed long looks before vanishing. Laughter returned in pieces, then stayed. They were halfway through a story about a permit that had made Miguel pray when the radio caught a half sentence. Advisory for small craft near the... then static. Then avoid entering mangrove creeks at slack. Then static again. Ross listened hard and then turned the volume down. "We're good," he said. It wasn't reassurance, it was selection. A weekend later, Ross took his daughter to the park on the bayside, the one with the wooden pier that creaks in 3 languages. She dropped snacks and asked 1,000 7-year-old questions about pelicans that he answered wrong, and she accepted anyway. When they reached the end of the pier, she lay on her stomach and peered through the slats at water she couldn't name yet. "It's breathing," she said. He smiled. It is? She tapped the wood with her fingernail, 3 quick beats, then 2, then 1, because rhythm lives in kids. He froze. She looked up, pleased. "It echoes," she said, and tapped again. From somewhere under the pier, something answered. Not loud, not near, not human, not machine, just an old wood reply, learning a child's game. He swallowed the advice that rose to his mouth, don't talk to water, and let the dock be a dock. "Good echo," he said. "Let's get ice cream." Months later, after time had made the island a story they didn't have to tell to themselves every day, Dana got a message from an address that looked like it had learned secrecy as a sport. No subject, no signature. 3 low-resolution photos attached. The first was of a mangrove pocket that could have been theirs or could have been any other. Tan water, crossed roots, the slim ribbon of a creek line on the right. The second showed a pool with stake tops cut lower than the one she remembered, the notches deeper. The third showed a line of prints along a waterline, smaller than hers, marching heel to toe until the water erased them. Under the photos, a single sentence. Walked the shallows at dawn. Not alone. She stared at the words a long time and then closed the email and didn't forward it. Some things you share, and they get smaller. Some things you keep and they stay the size they deserve. It would be satisfying to say the island got a name in the papers, or a warning buoy, or a bright red circle on a chart. It didn't. Places like that stay where they are and pretend to be part of the ordinary. Word travels the way word always has. Dock talk, bar talk, a raised eyebrow at the bait counter when someone points their skiff east at the wrong hour. People will tell you it's the current. They're right. They'll tell you human hands make gates in mangroves. Also right. They'll tell you you're safe if you don't answer the water when it talks. You'd think that was superstition. It's manners. If you force an ending onto it, it's this. The 4 of them left what they found and brought home what they couldn't leave, which is a better ratio than most. Sometimes, on heavy nights when the sky presses down and the AC can't pretend it isn't a wind, Ross wakes to the sensation of a skiff hesitating in a narrow place and a line humming just under the surface. He holds still until the feeling passes. Miguel still ties 4-foot coils without measuring. Hutch still tells the pirate HOA joke and never finishes it. Dana still has the photo. She still hasn't labeled the file with a word that would make a shape. And every so often, a storm picks somebody else and a skiff noses into a pocket and decides to wait, and lines appear where they shouldn't, and footsteps walk shallow water without asking permission, and the island learns a new set of breaths and a new pair of names. If they pay attention to the manners of the place, if they mark and warn and go, they might leave with all the parts they arrived with. If they knock, the water may knock back. It won't be loud, it won't be cruel, it'll be patient, it'll be counting, and if you're very lucky, it'll let you pretend your leaving was your idea. Lena told people she liked ice fishing because it was quiet, but it wasn't the kind of quiet they imagined. It was the silence of a room with the compressor running behind the wall, a low mechanical hum you felt in your bones more than you heard in your ears. Hollow Lake did that to you in winter. The dam at the south end sang all day in a pitch you couldn't name, and the pressure ridges, those long white scars that creep across the surface, answered with their own dull, tired groans. If you've never stood alone on black ice before sunrise, it's hard to explain how the world sounds like a house settling that never finishes. She hauled her father's old sled across the first cove, the runners squeaking on patches of wind-polished glare. Tip-ups, slush scoop, a 5-inch hand auger that felt heavier now that nobody else pretended it was light. She'd parked at the unploughed turnout by the old church lot because the main access road was drifted shut, which is to say, she'd chosen solitude on purpose. The weather had finally come up clean after a week of sleet and weird midwinter rain that turned the shoreline to grey crystals. People on the local page said the ice was 10 inches. People always round up when they want you to join them. She'd brought a spud bar anyway, and tested with the old rhythm. 3 hard chops, listen, step. 3 hard chops, listen, step. Like the lake might confess under interrogation. Her dad had taught her that tempo and a dozen others. He'd also taught her where to drill if the Browns were cruising, just off the old creek bed that ran north-south like a buried ski trail. He'd died 2 winters earlier, a hospital room humming, with the same relentless not-quite silence as the dam, and she'd inherited his maps, his patience, and the small compulsion to organize fear into tasks. She found the creek by feel, tapping the spud through the top crust and feeling for the subtle change in resonance where the silt below ran deeper. It's wonderful what your body remembers that your mouth can't explain. She planted the auger and leaned into it, listening to the hollow cylinder sing as the blades bit. The first hole steamed a little in the single-digit air. She knelt, scooped the slush with the ladle, and watched the water turn mirror-clean inside the circle. A tiny current teased the surface, barely adrift, like breath under glass. She set the first tip up, a battered orange cross that had tripped on 100 fish, and 1 memorable stick. Minnow on a small treble, 3 feet down. She carried the second rig 10 yards south and drilled again. The ice came up wetter here, a small flush like the lake pressing back through its own skin. She frowned, did the math she always did, thickness, temperature, distance from the old spring line, and told herself this was normal for a thaw refreeze week. By the time the eastern trees lifted from black to graphite, she had 5 holes set in a slow arc across the creek bed. The flags all pointed different ways because wind makes liars of expectations. She poured coffee into the cold air and watched the steam fall. Somewhere out on the main basin a crack ran, sharp and long, and the sound skittered across the surface until it hit the far shore and came back thinner, as if distance could sand down an edge. Snow squeaked under her boots in that high, dry way that makes you feel like you're walking on styrofoam. She told herself she'd give it an hour, maybe 2, then pack out before the sun softened everything into slush. That was the plan people make when they don't yet know what their day intends. The first flag popped before sunrise actually happened. A single clean snap, the red cloth straight up against the grey. She jogged the 10 yards, bent, and put 2 fingers lightly against the spool. It spun with that smooth, steady pull that says something below isn't rushing, just leaving. She set her heart to patient, counted to 5, and tugged. The line came tight and then weird, not head shakes, not weight, a gentle unspooling, like a hand taking thread from a bobbin. She lifted, felt nothing, and the spool slowed and stopped by itself. She brought the line up, hand over hand, and found the minnow gone, the treble bare, the fluoro leader scraped opaque in one tiny band, like it had kissed rock or metal. She rubbed the scraped spot between thumb and forefinger and felt heat where there shouldn't have been any. It's easy to say pike when a minnow disappears. It's soothing to say rock when a leader shows a mark. But that scrape, thin, circular, too exact, stuck to the morning like a burr. She rebaited, reset, and stood as the wind picked up just enough to make the flags quiver without committing. The second tip-up popped on the downwind edge, then the third at the top of the arc. Each time, the same story, a confident pull that wasn't a run, a spool that made polite revolutions, a bare hook, a precise white band on the leader, as if something had stroked it between 2 fingers. On the 4th flag, she let the fish, if it was a fish, run longer. The spool spun in a slow, even rhythm, and when she finally lifted to set, the line slid sideways under the ice and laid itself flat against the hole's rim, humming. That sound froze her. A line shouldn't hum unless it's under tension. It shouldn't hum with no weight on it at all. She crouched with her ear almost to the opening and heard something else, faint, under the dam's constant note, under the tiny hiss of wind. A clicking, not regular, not random either. 2 close clicks, a longer pause, then 1, then 3. She wanted to call it ice contracting because ice loves to make noises that make you feel small. But the clicks felt close, not through the sheet, under it. She steadied the line with a finger, and the line steadied her back, the way a stranger's hand does in a crowded hallway. She said out loud, because voices make good talismans, "Nope." Then softer, because habits are hard to kill, "Easy." She reset that flag too, and retreated to the sled. She pulled out her father's old Vexilar, the sonar with the coloured wheel that made a circle of ice into a cross-section of the world. She dropped the transducer into the first hole and watched lights wobble and settle, green for bottom, a flicker of yellow at 3 feet where her bait should be, a red pip that moved and then didn't, like company having second thoughts. The wheel made its old comforting whir. She went hole to hole, reading small differences no one who didn't love this would care about. At the third hole, where the leader had come up with that thin white groove, the wheel did something she had never seen. The bottom line lifted 2 inches, held there, and then lowered itself with a lazy politeness that admitted memory. She pulled the transducer out and tried to laugh. The sound didn't land anywhere useful. Sun finally broke and turned the lake into a black mirror with powdered sugar edges, which is to say, beautiful in a way that makes your chest hurt. The dam's hum seemed lower now, less insistent. She circled back to the first flag and saw it standing again, red against the bright. The spool was still. She palmed it lightly. It didn't spin. She breathed in, ready to clear another false trip, and then felt the smallest pressure. Not down, sideways. The line slid around the inside of the hole's ice lip in a deliberate half-circle, inscribing a narrow arc. She stared at the mark it left, a bright crescent shaved into the rim, clean as if cut by wire. Her stomach did that unpleasant drop people talk about on roller coasters, except there was no harness and no operator to wave at. Her phone buzzed inside her parka. She almost jumped out of herself. The screen said Trina and then a string of fish emojis that made her smile despite the tightness in her shoulders. She answered on speaker, grateful for another human. "Dead?" Trina asked, "or disgustingly good?" "Neither," Lena said, and heard how flat the word wanted to be. "Weird." "Weird how?" "Leader scrapes, no runs. Something is touching the line, like it knows what it is." Trina made a thoughtful noise. "Otter." "Too precise." "You're alone, right?" "Yeah." "Okay, love you, and maybe don't play games with a lake that wants to hold hands." It was the kind of line that draws a laugh when you're at a bar. On the ice it sounded like instruction. They hung up with the casual promise to text a fish pic. She put the phone away and forgot to be disappointed she didn't believe herself. It was late morning when the first sound came from somewhere that wasn't directly beneath a hole. She stood by the middle flag, tidying the line around the spindle, when the ice 5 yards away let out a hollow knuckle tap, like someone had rapped the underside of a table. She turned. Nothing but polished black, and her reflection pretending to be brave. Then 3 taps farther down the arc, precise in distance, precise in tone. "Stop," she said, to no one and the lake. The hum from the dam seemed to lean in like a curious uncle. She squatted and set her glove flat on the surface. The cold bit through, then stopped biting, the way a numb place stops reporting truth. She felt the faintest vibration run under her palm, slow, directional, like water moving in a narrow hallway. Hollow Lake isn't hollow, it's a river wearing a mask. Old creek channels, drowned fence lines, the foundation stones of a farmhouse everyone on the bait shop wall swears they remember. Winter props those memories up with ice and lets you walk across them without paying. This thought arrived uninvited and sat there, which would have been fine if the clicks had stopped. They didn't. They arranged themselves, 2 quick, a pause, 3, a longer pause, 1. Not code, just counting. She looked down the line of holes and saw something so small she wondered later if she'd invented it. A tremor in the water in the second hole, then the fourth, then the first, like a breath moving in sequence under the sheet. She could have left then. She will tell you that later. She could have packed the sled, made careful steps back along her 3-chop rhythm, driven the rutted road out with the heater scolding and the radio keeping her inside her own car. She didn't, because this was her lake and her father's, and because the line in her hand felt like an invitation signed by somebody she wished was still writing to her. She went to the far end of the arc and drilled 1 more hole, just to see if the pattern would include it. The auger bit hard the first turn, and then easy, the kind of easy that says the layer under the snow had melted and refrozen wrong. When she broke through, water welled up faster than it should have and overflowed the rim in a thin spill. She scooped twice and watched the surface settle into a spin that wasn't wind. That was when she saw the first mark on the ice she couldn't explain, without using the word someone. At the edge of the 5th hole, faint in the rime that had built during the morning, a small crescent-shaped scrape matched the one she'd seen shaved into the first hole's lip. Then another at the 3rd, then another, barely there, at the 2nd. She went hole to hole and found them all, tiny bright smiles cut into the inside rim, all on the same side, the side facing down the line toward the dam. You can get lost in that kind of detail and miss the thing it's telling you. She didn't miss it. Something had been drawing her lines against the ice, and it had been standing, or sitting, or lying exactly where she wasn't. The wind dropped to nothing in one of those strange noon lulls when sound gets honest. From out past the first point, where the basin opens toward the dam, a heavy crack ran. She felt it through her boots before she heard it, a slow, point-to-point pulse that travelled under her holes and kept going. It sounded like the lake had rolled over. She texted Trina, packing, and then didn't, because the middle flag snapped up clean and stayed there, daring her. She jogged, grabbed the spindle, and felt line pay out with that same polite inevitability. She let it take 5 yards, 10, 15, then she pinched it lightly and felt the tiniest pluck, not a bite. An answer. She plucked back, because human beings are ridiculous. The line answered again, exact. She yanked then because fear sometimes chooses honesty. The line came up easy for 3 feet and then sang tight. She braced her boots and leaned back and felt, finally, weight. It wasn't fighting, it was just heavy. She hauled hand over hand, palms burning through the wet, and a pale shape came up under the hole, blunted by the refraction in that tricky way ice water has. Not a fish, not anything she could name. A smooth curve slid past and then the line went slack, like someone had closed scissors. She tumbled backward, heels skidding on the polished surface, and landed hard enough to see white. When she scrambled to the hole, the leader came back with the last inch, cut clean, and a second white scrape added an inch below the first one. There are people who'd call that a sign to leave. She became one of them very quickly. She pulled each tip up, heart too big in her chest, hands too clumsy inside good gloves. She clipped the lines quick and coiled them loose because neatness is an indoor sport. At the 3rd hole, As she leaned to pull the cross out, something clicked directly under her knuckles. 3 fast notes, then a pause, then 2. She whispered, "No," and her breath fogged the opening and made a little milk that turned the hole into an eye. When it cleared, the water looked deeper than it had 5 minutes earlier. It probably wasn't. Her body did not care for probably. She started the walk back. 3 chops, listen, step. The dam's hum seemed louder now, or closer, or tuned to a frequency her spine didn't like. Halfway to shore, she glanced back out of the mean habit to write last pictures, and that's when she saw the final detail the morning had been building without her permission. Her holes, 5 neat black coins on the white, were no longer neat. The last one, the extra, had shifted a hair in the light because the wind changed, and in that small change she could see the arc they made, not random, not a tidy fan like on her dad's map. A curve narrowing toward a point out on the basin, each little circle a mark on a ledger you didn't want to read. A line aimed at the dam. Her foot went out from under her on a patch of polished glare, and she caught herself with the spud bar hard enough to punch a star into the surface. The sound rang like her name in an empty gym. She stood breathing in short, hot pulls inside the balaclava, suddenly aware of how far the truck was, how low the sun was pretending to be, how alone she'd made herself. For once, she didn't argue with the part of her that sounded exactly like her father in his best grumpy wisdom. Enough for today. She made the last 50 yards too fast and too noisy, and the only gift the lake gave her for that was to be quiet. At the tailgate, she risked one more look because people are bad at endings. The flags lay flat. The holes were just holes again. The only movement was a small, patient eddy turning inside the extra hole, a coin of darker water, spinning without traveling anywhere. She told herself that was the dam. She told herself the leader scrapes would read like trivia tomorrow. She told herself afternoon sun on black ice plays tricks on every sense. Then she slid into the truck, locked the doors because it felt like a grown-up thing to do, and let the heat work her breath back into one piece. On the drive out, the radio lost a station and found one of those AM talkers that lives between farm reports and the end of the world. The host was interviewing a guy about safe ice. The man said, 4 inches is nice ice, and laughed. The laugh dads are issued with their children. She laughed too, once, because horror loves bad slogans. At the only stop sign between the lake and town, her phone buzzed in her lap. It was a text from an unknown number. "You left 5. She felt the bottom drop away again, the way it had when the line had gone slack. She stared at the screen until the light turned green and a truck behind her honked a human sound that made sense. When she looked again, the message was gone. No, not gone. Lifted up into the thread like it had never arrived. That night, in an apartment that hummed in its own reliable city way, she set the 5 tip-ups on the floor by the front door, their orange flags laid flat, their spools taped. She washed the leaders in the sink, felt for the white scrapes with her thumb, and found them right where she knew they'd be. She texted Trina that she was off the ice for a while. Trina texted back too fast to have read anything else. Good. Lena slept in starts, waking twice to the sound of a small click in the kitchen, and once to the weight of a line in her hands that was only air. When she finally dreamed, it was calm. A long ledger open on black ice, neat circles drawn in pencil, a column of numbers that counted to 5 and waited politely for a 6th. In the morning, she decided she'd go back for her father's old shack boards stacked by the boat ramp. Just the boards, no auger, no flags, get the wood into the truck and be done. She told herself this the way you tell yourself you're only going to text one more time. If she thought far enough ahead, she would have noticed the one wrong thing in that plan. The shack boards weren't by the ramp anymore. Somebody had moved them, or something else had decided where the next hole should be. Lena told herself she wasn't going back to fish. She was going back for lumber. Her father's old shack boards were stacked by the ramp, grey planks with the stains of 10 winters and the weight of a man who could make a room out of anything. She could see them in her mind, the way the end grain looked like rings pressed flat, the split in the longest one where a screw had bitten wrong. She drove with gloves already on and no rods in the truck bed because props protect you from plans. The morning was bright and brittle. A low-pressure front had slid east overnight and left the air so clear it made edges look too sharp to touch. The church lot turnout was rutted and glittering. Wind had scoured one side clean to black ice and piled the other side into dirty meringue. She parked on the dry patch and stared down at the ramp for a full minute before opening the door. The boards weren't where she'd left them. Not exactly. Someone had pasted them into a new stack, 12 feet to the left, closer to the shoreline cattails, neat as pallets. A ring of boot prints circled the new pile. Her boot prints from yesterday weren't among them. Last night's light snow had erased her story. A second ring of smaller prints led out onto the lake, straight as a carpenter's chalk line, then turned toward the cove like thought changing its mind. She walked down carefully, heels soft, toes soft, listening to the pitch of the ice through her soles. The hum from the dam was there, always there, but the tone felt higher today, more anxious, like the compressor in a cheap furnace. She told herself that was weather. She told herself people move free lumber opportunistically. She reached the boards and read the story better. The ring around the stack wasn't single, it was layered, 4, 5 passes, all from the same small boot, as if someone had walked until they were satisfied the shape was right. She bent and touched the top plank. It was cold but dry, the kind of dry that means it was moved this morning, not 10 minutes after she'd left yesterday. On the lake beyond the ramp, her 5 former holes were easy to spot in this light, black coins sunk in a white tablecloth. 4 had skinned over with thin, fragile lids. The 5th, the extra, was still open, water turning slowly inside like the last spoon motion in a coffee mug. She felt the urge to call out without knowing to whom. She also felt the urge to leave even before she had what she came for. She slid a board from the stack and nearly dropped it. The bottom edge was scored with a faint white crescent, like something had scraped it sideways against ice while someone taller dragged the other end. She turned the plank over and found a second crescent on the opposite edge, mirror perfect. She set it down and put a hand against her mouth to stop words and breath from arguing. The wind threw a handful of powder past her boots. She looked out again at the coins on the ice and noticed a new one she had no right to see. Farther out than the extra hole, a 6th black circle winked in sun, small, fresh, too clean to be old. She hadn't drilled it. She knew she hadn't drilled it. The line of holes, which yesterday had curved toward the basin like a narrowing sentence, now read like a longer sentence, written in a new hand. The 6th was exactly where it should be if you were making a neat arc toward the dam. It wasn't bravado that sent her out there. It was insult. It was the feeling of someone taking your handwriting and finishing your letter. She carried the spud bar and nothing else. 3 chops, listen, step. The sound came back firm enough. 10 yards out she slid, caught herself, and told her thighs to behave. The first 4 circles had delicate eyelids of ice that looked like sugar glaze, thin enough to flex when wind touched them. Each had a faint crescent nick in the lip, all on the side pointing basinward. At the 5th, The extra from yesterday, the lip had been shaved deeper overnight, a bright stretch the length of her palm. Line does that when it's tensioned against a hard edge. Except there were no lines here, not hers, not now. The sixth hole was 6 inches across, edges clean, slush mounded in a ring like a crown. Whoever had drilled it, or whatever had made it, had cleared it by hand. No foot scuffs nearby, no kneeling marks, just that small circle and the quiet water inside, so dark it made her reflection look like someone else. She crouched and balanced the spud across her thighs and set one gloved knuckle lightly to the edge. The cold tried to bite her through the neoprene and then gave up. From beneath, faint as a polite cough in a church, came 2 clicks, then a pause, then one. She pulled her hand back like the ice had nipped. She didn't bring a transducer, but she had her phone. The idea was dumb enough to help. She opened the voice recorder and laid the phone flat on the ice beside the 6th hole. She waited with the patience ice teaches, a patience that feels like punishment because you can't see it doing anything. A click came again, this time somewhere to her right under the 5th, then a match under the 4th. The recorder waved green and captured nothing useful. Of course it didn't. Sound travels sideways under ice like it's been given a hall pass. She said an ugly word, and the dam hummed louder in response, like the lake approving. She should have stood and left all of it. Instead, she slid her glove off and dabbled 2 fingers into the 6th hole. Cold is a noun at that temperature, not an adjective. The water stung, then burned, then stopped telling the truth. Her fingertips brushed something smooth and round, just below the surface, softer than a rock, harder than weeds. She took her hand out with a caged hiss and stuck her fingers under her armpit to get feeling back. When her skin finally returned to her, she bent and peered in tight enough that her breath fogged the circle. When it cleared, she saw a pale shape slide under the far edge and disappear. If you want to survive, you learn to let doubt be a friend. Light refraction, she told herself. Baitfish, belly up. And then she ruined her own alibi by whispering, not that colour. The lake made a different sound then, not the straight line crack every winter person knows, a thud, a weight shift, as if a big man in a long coat had sat on the other end of a bench made of ice. The tremor ran out from the direction of the dam, came under her knees and kept going toward the cove. The 6 holes trembled in order. The skin on the first 4 winked, the 5th made a small ring, the 6th swallowed a tiny bubble. Then quiet, so complete it made her ears ring. She began backing away, spud bar, tapping at a faster rhythm. She did not turn her back on the 6th circle, because spines like hers don't. The coin of water continued to move as if stirred. When she reached the midline between the holes and the ramp, the air filled with the faintest smell of iron, the way your hands smell when you sharpen a knife. She stood very still and waited for an explanation that wasn't supernatural to volunteer. The only thing that volunteered was the wind rising off the dam, carrying a tiny film of mist, like the lake reminding everyone who owned the calendar. At the boards, she stacked what she could carry and forced herself not to hurry. A hurry stride on ice turns ankles into decisions for you. She made 2 trips. On the 3rd, she stopped. The new stack by the cattails, neat and precise, was not neat anymore. A single plank had been dragged away from the pile by exactly the length of a grown person's reach. 2 crescents were scored into its far edge where it must have kissed ice. She grabbed the board stupidly, like hauling it back would erase a sentence she hadn't written, and nearly threw it on the pile. Enough for today, she said to the lake, that wasn't a person, borrowing her father's good line and meaning it the way he would have wanted. Back in the truck, the heater fought the day, and one slowly. She watched the holes out there until glare made her squint. They looked like punctuation marks at the end of the lake's sentence. Her phone buzzed on the seat. Unknown number again, no name. She didn't touch it this time. It buzzed once, paused, twice, paused longer, then once. A vibration that mimicked a rhythm she didn't need help remembering. She let it go to whatever voicemail does with unwelcome. No new message. Of course not. She put the truck in gear and crawled the ruts back to the road like an animal carrying glass in its mouth. She drove to the bait shop instead of the apartment because someone needed to be an adult about this. The bait shop smelled like minnows and coffee that had given up. The owner, Kurt, looked up over bifocals that had survived an argument with a tackle drawer and nodded like the lake had told him she was coming. "Ice good?" he asked. "Good enough to keep honest people honest," she said. It was an old joke and he allowed it a small smile. She told him what she meant to tell him, about moved boards, about 6 holes, and left out what she did not intend to say. The text, the clicks, the pale shapes, the way the dam tuned itself to her bones. He listened with the patience of a man who has been handed too many people's private weather. When she was done, he set his mug down and said, "Spring's pushing hard this year. Dam keeps the level just so and the pressure finds old ways. Those old ways don't like you walking above 'em." She waited. He added nothing about numbers, nothing about anyone measuring her work and one-upping it. Instead, he took a laminated map from under the counter, the one with red X's where snowmobiles had learned lessons, and circled the cove with a ballpoint that had bled through a dozen winters. "Don't fish the creek bed on late thaws," he said mildly. Always sounds like advice. Really, it's just math. Then, after a beat long enough to count in, he said, "Your dad used to run 5 there and call it a day." The sentence was nothing and everything. "He ever run 6?" she asked, tone too casual. Kurt's eyes flicked up without picking a fight. He didn't care for even numbers, he said, which was the sort of lie old men tell as a favor. He sipped and stared at a wall of jigs and made not seeing look like a skill. She bought nothing. He didn't comment. At the door, he said, "Wind's shifting north after 2. It pushes the whole sheet weird when it does that. If you're going, don't." That was almost kindness. She thanked him and left and immediately turned the opposite way of home. You know how you watch yourself do the thing you promised not to do, and you narrate it as if the narration could turn your body? She did that. Back at the turnout, the lot was empty. Her tire tracks had trapped light and made 2 parallel rivers. Out on the lake, the coins were closing, thin lids thickening, white floss knitting across black. The 6th hole still blinked dark. She walked out without the spud now because certainty is a drug. The first 4 lids were already sugar crust, firm enough to hold a glove, thin enough to crack with a breathy sound. The 5th, the bright-lipped one, had clouded a little. The 6th remained open and somehow smaller, like the edges had leaned inward. She crouched at the extra hole, the 5th, and slid her glove over the shaved rim, feeling the notch where line had cut yesterday. The notch had been deepened since morning. Not by her. She moved to the 6th circle and there it was, a faint new crescent, not on the inside lip where a pulled line would score, but on the outside edge, as if something had lifted up and out, brushed the rim on the way, and gone somewhere it had business. A shadow moved under that water the way words move under thought. She didn't get a clean look. It didn't intend one. It wasn't long. It wasn't a fish. It was shape, pale and obedient to a path that was none of hers. She jerked back because self-preservation still had a seat at her table. Behind her, near the ramp, someone cleared a throat. She turned so fast the world stuttered. No one stood there, just boards, truck, cattails making their paper rustle and not apologizing. The throat clearing came again, and then she knew what she'd heard. The damn shifted registers, an intake-outtake that had fooled her ear into thinking it belonged to a chest. She laughed once, short and without humor. "Fine," she told the lake. The lake said nothing because lakes know the value of restraint. She packed the last of the lumber because you finish a job when afraid if you want fear to learn manners. On the final board, the longest one with the split near the end, the crescents appeared again, faint twin smiles at the far edge, fresh enough to catch a thumbnail and raise a curl of white. She ran the thumbnail along both and felt the sensation travel up the bone of her forearm into her shoulder like electricity that had paid a small bribe. She stacked the board, strapped the pile, and did one last check of the holes against her will. The lids had crusted. The sixth winked dark. A ring of tiny bubbles had formed under that lid, touching its underside like a necklace. On the drive, she didn't look at the phone. It buzzed at a light anyway, a single polite vibration that could have been calendar, or weather, or a friend saying, "Be careful." She let it go. 2 blocks from her apartment, she finally pulled over in a no parking, because some part of you wants to face a thing you've refused. The lock screen showed a notification preview before the system could hide it. Unknown number, 4 words, "You owe 1 more." She stared until the letters turned into shapes that turned into nothing, while traffic did its human business around her. She opened the message and found an empty thread. She scrolled up out of habit and found nothing else. She locked the phone and unlocked it, and still nothing. She laughed again, a better laugh this time, because if a lake learns to text you, you've already lost. That night, she didn't put the boards in the hallway like a nice neighbor. She dragged them into the living room and leaned them against the wall like a barricade she knew was symbolic and wanted anyway. She lined the 5 tip-ups on the floor again and added an empty space between the 3rd and 4th because pretending symmetry gives power is practically a religion. She made tea. She waited. Around midnight, the building's boiler cycled and tapped 3 times in a different rhythm than last night's one, she'd refused to admit, came from her window. She tapped the table twice and then once because people are mirrors when they're tired. The tapping did not repeat. The apartment went back to being a box under the care of gravity. She slept in clothing. Dawn made her stubborn. She carried 1 board back down to the truck because the house should not become a storage unit reality show. On the 2nd trip, something caught her eye, chalk on her front step. Not child chalk. Too thin a line, too precise, like someone had used the edge of a carpenter's pencil. 5 small circles in a slow arc drawn on the concrete, leading from the doormat toward the sidewalk. The 6th circle, the one that would complete the curve, had been started and then smudged, as if a finger had closed it and then changed its mind. She didn't crouch to touch them. She didn't go back inside to get her phone for the photo that would make her future sane. She locked the door and told herself she was going to work. She drove to the lake instead. You saw that coming. She didn't bring the auger. She brought the spud and a coil of rope and the first aid kit because she wanted to be able to say later that she'd been responsible when she was not. The wind had shifted north as promised. It shaved the lake into a dull satin. Tin snow blew in lazy diagonals over the basin. The dam hummed the way transformers hum on August nights, except it was January, and her breath was a small cloud that made its own weather. From the turnout she could see the line of 6. The lids had hardened into pale coins. The 5th had a hairline fracture across it, a delicate star. The sixth had a thin, dark slit right at its edge, like a mouth making a decision. She walked down anyway and stepped onto the ice with the grace of a person trying not to insult a host. The spud rang a friendly 3 times. She crossed past the 4th and paused at the 5th. The star in its lid had spread, thin arms radiating to the rim. She thought about stepping around. She thought about stepping over. She did neither. She stood and watched the 6th circle like it might blink in daylight to be funny. A silver bubble rose under its lid and hung there, pressed against the underside like an eye. It wavered. It did not pop. She realized her rope was still coiled and useless at her belt. She realized this was the part in stories where people scream about choices they don't get here in time to unmake. The ice beneath her boots made a tiny sound, not crack, not creak. A small, polite knock directly under the arch of her foot. She didn't move. The knock came again under her other foot, as if the lake were making sure it had her attention evenly. She took one long step back onto the old path of her 3-chop rhythm. Then another. The knocks did not follow. They did not need to. They had counted and she had been counted. She backed all the way to shore, knees remembering religion. And only when she set the spud in the bed of the truck did she let her breath leave her mouth loud. She didn't go far. She sat in the cab with the heat high and watched the holes till the light changed and an honest afternoon replaced the sharp morning. A guy in a red jacket wandered down the far shoreline holding a bucket and a rod like a person approaching his own Saturday. She almost opened the door to shout. She didn't. He walked 50 yards out, stopped short of the ark because people sometimes listen to instincts that have never met them before, and drilled one neat hole in a place that had nothing to do with hers. He stood there alone in the visible world, head bowed, gloved fingers on the line, just another human in winter making a bargain. She left when the hum of the dam dropped a note and the north wind put its hand into her vents. She took the long way home to break the habit and ended up back at the bait shop without deciding. Kurt looked up like she'd returned library books early. "You still at it?" he asked. "No," she said. "I'm done." He nodded without arguing. "Good." Then he added, because men like him keep small archives they decide when to open. Used to be an old town ledger at the courthouse before they flooded the basin, kept track of plots and taxes and who owed favours. People said when the dam went in, the book got moved and the debts got weird. He waved the idea away with 2 fingers as if it smelled. Folks around here like stories, safer than reasons. She stared at an ugly orange jig that had never fooled a fish and said, "What if the lake kept the book?" Kurt didn't smile. "Then you don't sign your name." He poured coffee into a paper cup she hadn't asked for and slid it across. "And if it knocks," he said, "you don't answer." She took the cup. It shook a little in her hand because caffeine is a bad actor that steals credit from fear. She nodded thanks like he'd sold her something more useful than heat in a small container. On the way out, the bell over the door knocked 3 times against the frame in a gust, then twice, then once. She didn't flinch. She let the pattern pass her and reach whoever still needed it. As she drove, her phone stayed in the passenger seat like a small animal sleeping. At the first long light in town, it vibrated once. She looked. Unknown number. No text. Just a single dot, the kind that appears when someone is typing and then disappears when they decide to be patient. She set the phone face down and said out loud, to the inside of a truck she'd paid off last year, "I don't sign." The truck didn't answer. The dam was too far to hum. The day made a small, ordinary sound, and somewhere under ice she could not see, a ledger waited for a 6th mark. For 2 days, Lena tried to live like a person who hadn't taught a lake to count her. She went to work, answered emails with a professional head, and ignored the way her phone vibrated once, always once, every time she passed a window that faced north. At night, the boiler in her building tapped in patterns that weren't the ones from the ice, but her body kept flinching anyway. She told herself the chalk circles on her stoop were some kid's boredom, and the moved boards were just free lumber etiquette. It worked until she woke at 3 a.m. with her palm pressed flat to the bedroom wall like it was cold glass and found herself whispering, "Not 6," to a room that was patient with her. Trina finally asked the right question. Do you want to know, or do you want it to stop? Lena stood at the sink with coffee that had given up and considered the fraud in both options. Wanting to know makes a story bigger. Wanting it to stop gives it your attention anyway. Both, she said, and it sounded like a confession. Trina nodded like that made them teammates. Then we go small, we learn something. Not with augers, paper, and people. Lena laughed once and said she'd take a file over a hole in January. It was bravado thin as lake crust. She meant it enough to try. The county courthouse was too warm and smelled like dusty bindings and salt from boots. The clerk on records duty had hair the colour of winter sunlight and a name tag that had seen both elections and a flood. Lena asked for assessment rolls from the decade before the dam. The clerk surprised her by not asking why. Microfilm first, she said. Ledger after, if you can read bad ink. They spun through strips of negatives while the machine projected names that had belonged to people who had only wanted to be boring. Lots, taxes, liens, the small math of ordinary lives. Halfway through a roll, the clerk stopped the reel with a fingertip. You looking for hollow? Lena nodded. The clerk slid a folder across. Photocopies of the town ledger pages they didn't scan right, she said. People like stories about ghosts. They ask for these. The pages were water-puckered photographs of an even older book. Columns for names, columns for amounts. A narrow margin where a careful hand had made notes. Paid, mostly. Remitted, sometimes. 4 lines had a tiny circle drawn beside the name instead of inked check marks. Beside 2 of those circles, a second circle had been added in lighter hand, faint and exact, like someone had traced the original and then stopped. In the margin, in the same faint hand, 3 words, settled under ice. Lena stared until the circles doubled. She found the date, late winter, the year before the dam closed, and the name of the town officer who had kept the book. The clerk saw her face and said, "It's not that people died more back then, it's that they wrote better." Lena touched one of the faint circles and felt nothing but paper. It didn't help. She asked about a map of the flooded streets. The clerk smiled like approval and tugged a drawer that had never given anyone the satisfaction of moving smoothly. A stapled photocopy of a plat plan slid into the light. Blocks, creek, town hall, a dotted line where the river ran before it was made obedient. Old-timers say the creek bed is still the deepest cut, the clerk said. That's where the kids used to skate because it stayed black and made the best sound. Lena traced the creek with a fingernail. It ran exactly where her father had taught her to set an arc of holes when browns were on the move. It also ran exactly toward the dam. Trina leaned in, pointed to a tiny square marked office, and whispered, Ledger lived here. The office had been just upslope of the creek bed. The rectangle now sat beneath the basin. They hit the bait shop because any good story should be grounded in an argument about coffee. Kurt watched them with an expression that said he'd predicted they'd bring paper to a tackle counter. Lena didn't show the ledger copy yet. She asked instead how many people had fallen through in his memory. Less than the stories would like. he said. "More than the dam office admits." He tilted his head at the map. "Your dad knew where the old Main Street ran. He had a neat way of not telling it." Lena slid the page across. Kurt read the words, "settled under ice," without blinking. "Some clerk with a sense of humour," he said. "Or a habit of writing down what people said after funerals." He tapped the faint circles. "You want an answer that lets you sleep? These are about taxes. You want the other kind? These are about debts that aren't money." He pushed the paper back with 2 fingers, like handing her a lure he wouldn't use. It would have been wise to go home. They went to the dam office instead because curiosity rides shotgun when common sense gets tired. The operator on duty had a face like a rock that's learned to pay bills. He answered questions with numbers first and stories at the end. Outflow schedule, upstream ice thickness averages, controlled drawdowns to prevent pressure ridges. Lena asked what the low hum was, a naive question, but she needed to give the sound a proper noun. He said the turbines sing, the water sings, the whole sheet sings if pressure is working in it. "People hear it when they're alone," he added, not unkindly. "It's like hearing your own blood in your ears." Lena thanked him and didn't say that her own blood had been tapping 321. That night, the unknown number stopped pretending to be human. It didn't send words, it sent a photo. The image was clumsy and overexposed, a black circle on white, the high contrast of snow and open water, and in the corner, slanted by accident, a sliver of board with a twin white crescent scored in it. Lena held the phone at arm's length like it could bite. Trina took it, zoomed, and frowned. "Yours?" "One of them," Lena said. "We stacked them inside." Trina turned the phone once, twice. "How did your living room get darker and snowier?" Lena laughed, a dry little noise. "It didn't," she said, and almost added, "yet." She tried to make a plan that didn't involve walking onto the lake again. Plans are best when they don't include the worst part of you. In the night, she woke to a new sound in the apartment. Not the boiler, not the heater. A faint, wet rotating like someone turning a glass slowly on a tabletop. She padded barefoot to the kitchen and found the sink full to the brim. Not overflowing. A perfect meniscus. The surface trembled once and then started a small, patient spin counterclockwise. She turned the faucet off even though it wasn't on. The water kept its opinion. She held her breath until the spin narrowed to nothing. "Okay," she said to the empty air. "Okay." In the morning, the chalk circles were back on the stoop. 5 neat coins in a slow arc, then a 6th started, then smeared. A neighbour's dog had left a print through one of them, like a signature that wasn't invited. Lena took a picture she didn't want. She texted Trina a single sentence. "I think it will keep asking." Trina replied with a location pin at the church lot, and the word "we" missing a verb in a way that made the sentence stronger. They packed like people going to break a habit. Rope, headlamps, a throw bag, the spud bar, hot sugar in a thermos, no auger. Lena stared at her father's tip-ups and left them in the hallway on purpose. 5 in a row, the empty space between 3 and 4, like a retained breath. The lake took them in a way that pretended nothing had ever been odd. The wind lay low. The sky was a bruise that couldn't decide its colour. The 6 coins were visible from the turnout. 5 skimmed over, the 6th still dark as if refusing the morning. They harnessed each other with rope because people learn. Lena went first with the spud. 3 chops, listen, step. Trina followed, eyes on the edges, counting the distance between each hole, because counting makes a floor under your feet. The lids over the first 4 were firm enough to hold powder and fragile enough to show a spiderweb if you breathed. The 5th had healed into milky glass, a star radiating toward its bright-shaved rim. The sixth was smaller, like a pupil in daylight, and ringed beneath by a necklace of bubbles that hadn't been there yesterday. They stopped at the fifth, because wisdom can be borrowed from yesterday's fear. "We shouldn't be out here," Trina said calmly. "Nope," Lena agreed, just as calmly. They stood anyway because retreat needs a doorway. From the direction of the far shore came the friendly throwaway sounds of another person's Saturday, boots on snow, a bucket knocking a knee, a cough. A figure in a red jacket stepped down onto the ice by the point and angled toward the basin. He had the particular float of a young man who trusted late winter more than late winter deserved. Lena lifted an arm, feeling foolish even as she did it, and shouted, "Hey, watch the creek bed!" He raised a hand like wave or thanks and kept walking, choosing his own line the way people do. Trina cupped her hands and called, "Not that way!" The wind ate the shape of her words and left only a warning that could have been for anything. He stopped of his own accord when he got within 30 yards, not out of fear, but because his body knew the edge where sound changed. He looked down and saw 5 milky coins and 1 dark. He turned slightly, choosing the curve unknowingly, and lifted an auger off his shoulder. It was a neat, bright new one, blades sharp enough to solve math. Lena took 2 steps forward before her brain had permission to give her legs. "Don't drill there," she said, and heard the strand of panic in her own voice. He smiled because people smile at concern when they haven't learned it. He set the auger tip and leaned into the handle. The first turn bit fast. The ice there was thick enough to reward a tool and thin enough to deceive. The second turn, flute-spooled wet shavings that fell messy. The third turn made a sound Lena hadn't heard on Old Hollow before, a quick metal kiss, as if the auger had slid along something smooth and changed its mind. The young man paused, puzzled, then pressed harder. The dam's hum shifted a note. Under Lena's boots, the faintest knock touched the arch of her right foot, and then the left, like a pair of taps at a door that didn't belong to a house. Lena moved without thinking. "Stop!" she shouted, and her voice carried wrong on the flat. Trina dove for the throw bag, rope uncoiling into her hands in a white river. The auger bit once more and then lost itself. A circle of dark opened under the young man's boots and expanded with awful politeness. He flinched back on instinct, but his heel caved the milky lid behind him and his right leg went through to the hip. He threw his weight forward and his left boot punched the opening farther. The lake did not roar. It made the soft, hateful slurp of a mouth taking back a word. Training is unfair like this. Lena's hands knew how to hold a line. She snapped her end of the rope around her waist, shoved the spud under her belt as a drag, and low walked toward the edge, knees bent, weight spread, hearing her father swear in her bones. Trina launched the throwbag past the young man's shoulder, and the line hit the water with a sound like a small, good idea. He grabbed on with both hands, fingers white in neoprene, eyes wide in the way eyes get when the mind is still choosing a sentence. "Kick," Lena said, and her voice went calm because someone had to be. He kicked. The hole leaned toward him and collapsed another foot of lip with a sigh. The rope went tight. It hummed, not because of his weight, because something under it plucked once, twice, then once again, the pattern they both knew and were sick of. Lena had the stupid urge to pluck back. Her hands squeezed instead, and the burn in her palms was so clean it almost helped. "Again," she told him, and he kicked harder, the way people do when their bodies suddenly belong to physics alone. The little circle of dark became 2, then 1 again, then something like a mouth trying not to smile. The edge under Lena's knees cracked in delicate lines she didn't look at. Trina dug her heels into old snow and leaned away, making her body a counterweight against a thing you can't see. The rope bit into her gloves and sang, the hum from the dam laid underneath it like a bass player who'd been there all along. "Now," Lena said, and they pulled, not hard, smart. The young man slid up over the skim of ice that pretended to help and sprawled onto milky crust that held because sometimes the world is generous. "Roll," Trina said, and he did, and they hauled, and the whole decided that was enough drama for this moment and kept its circle without enlarging it further. They flopped back in a pile of rope and breath and feelings they could sort later. The young man made the high animal noise people make when cold hits the inside, and then turned it into a laugh because he was still in the part of his life where laughs solve things. "I'm good," he said. He was not. His leg below the knee was grey, and his glove left a wet print on the ice that didn't look like water. Lena forced his boot off and hissed at the colour of his foot. Trina stripped her spare socks out of her jacket and did the enormous small kindnesses, dry, wrap, heat pack, while Lena tied the rope around the kid's waist for a second time and clipped the other end to her belt again, because leaving a taut line on the ice felt like being stupid on purpose. Only then did Lena look at the sixth hole. It had closed into milk while they worked. Under the new skin, a ring of small bubbles pressed like pearls. One by one the bubbles shrank and vanished, not by popping, by travelling. They slid toward the basin in a tidy procession, disappearing under the lid, not with noise but with intent. The path they made was a pale thread across the underside of the ice, a necklace walking away from them. The thread reached the fifth coin, and the star in that thin lid softened at the centre, and then firmed. The thread moved toward the fourth. Lena felt the knocks again, faint and even, as if a drum were being carried down a hallway out of the room. Trina saw it next and didn't ask what it meant. She squeezed Lena's arm once, a pressure like a word left out. Later. They half walked, half dragged the kid to shore, making their bodies wide and dumb to avoid adding their own names to any ledger that might be taking notes. At the ramp, the kid found his voice in sentences that all started with I. "I didn't see it. I thought it was fine. I felt it like it wanted me smaller." Lena nodded some and didn't answer the last one. She had a policy about not naming things she couldn't return. They put him in her truck because hospitals like to pretend they never heard of lakes. Trina handled the heater and the reassurance and the text to the number on his fishing license. Lena stood by the open driver door and watched the basin as if it might decide to send her a flag anyway. The 6 coins were only 5 from here. The 6th had gone to skin, deceptive and ordinary. A snow devil ghosted across the ice and erased the last visible sign of their scramble into a kind of kindness. No one on the far shore looked this direction. The day pretended to be normal. On the drive, the kid jittered and thanked them in loops. Trina fed him sugar like a magician pulling comfort out of a glove. Lena kept the wheel too tight and counted something that wasn't miles. At a red light, the unknown number texted again. Not words. A single character. 5. She didn't show the others. She let the truck move when Green said move. At the ER intake, a nurse with the face of a person who has not slept yelled brightly at the kid and called him Buddy and made an entire room feel like a good stopwatch. He vanished into kindness. Trina came back with a bracelet they'd been given to return later. It had a number, not 5, not 6. Just an inventory count that belonged to a building. They parked behind a grocery store because the cab needed to be smaller suddenly. Trina let the quiet sit long enough to be deliberate. "What did it ask?" she said finally. Lena stared at her hands and saw rope burn that she hadn't earned that day. "Not with words," she said. "Just a place to put something. Like it had space for one more mark? What happens if we don't?" "Maybe nothing," Lena said. "Maybe it asks nicer. Maybe it stops asking nicely." She surprised herself by laughing at that. Old water has better manners than people most days. They drove back a different way to prove they could. The dam was not in view and still hummed inside their bones. At a four-way stop, 3 kids walked by with hockey sticks on their shoulders like pilgrims with good posture. The smallest one tapped the pavement with his blade, 3 paws, 2 paws, 1, and grinned at the echo that wasn't there. Lena turned left without looking at the lake and told herself a sentence she could try to believe. The boy they pulled out was the 6th, and the asking would end. The phone buzzed once anyway. She didn't look. At home, the boards in her living room had shifted. Not far. A single plank leaned at a shallower angle, its twin crescents catching afternoon light like a smile someone hadn't decided to show. The 5 tip-ups were exactly where she'd left them, only the empty space between 3 and 4 was narrower by the width of a thumb. She widened it, a petty act, and went to run water in the sink. The faucet coughed and produced a slow trickle that circled the drain once and decided to be normal. She let it run too long and turned it off the second she realized she was waiting to see if it would spin by itself. That evening she slept too early, the kind of exhausted that isn't sleep but surrender. Near midnight a sound pulled her to the surface, soft plastic sliding against wood. She sat up and saw the orange flags on the 5 tip-ups all standing at once, spools taped and still, nothing moving them but an idea. She got out of bed carefully, like a person trying not to wake a house, and pressed each flag back flat with the back of her fingers. They stayed down. In the hallway, someone's door clicked. In the street, a plough knocked once against a manhole cover, then twice, then once again. She turned back toward the living room and saw, on the wall above the boards, 6 clean circles of light thrown by a passing car, moving slowly toward the baseboard like coins rolling downhill. When they reached the floor, they vanished. She stood there and listened to nothing until that nothing turned into sleep. Morning brought weather that meant to force choices. A hard, high blue. A north wind the color of glass. Air that steals breath and calls it honesty. Lena texted Trina a sentence she didn't expect an answer to. "If I put the 6th somewhere else, does it count?" Trina replied with 3 words that were not a joke. "If we choose it." The phrase felt like a handle. Lena boiled water, filled a thermos, coiled the rope, and laid 5 tip-ups back in their box, because sometimes an object doesn't know how to be neutral. She left one space empty and shut the lid. She carried the spud bar on her shoulder down the church lot path and stopped at the ramp. The coins were there. The arc felt like a sentence asking for a period. She set the spud in the snow and breathed, then stepped onto the ice to write her own mark, somewhere that wasn't the creek bed, wasn't the ledger's line, wasn't the path the lake had drawn under skin. Halfway to where she meant to make her wrong mark, the first knock touched the arch of her foot again, very gentle, very sure. Then the second on the other foot. Not a warning, a greeting. She kept walking. The knocks didn't follow. They didn't need to. They had counted. The air held its cold like a grudge. The dam sang its note like a throat clearing. She set the spud where the old town's main street used to run, far off the arc, and lifted it to chip a circle into a place the ledger didn't own. The first strike rang through the sheet and came back to her palm like a small answer. She raised the bar again. The phone buzzed once in her pocket. She didn't take it out. She brought the spud down and made a mark that belonged to no one but her and her father and people who refused tidy math. Behind her, at the old ark, 6 thin lids held. Under one of them a small bubble started and then stopped, as if someone had changed their mind. Lena made the wrong mark on purpose. That was the point, not on the creek bed, not on the tidy curve the lake had been writing beneath the skin. She chipped a circle over the old town's main street, wide safe ice where the plat map said nothing important had ever happened. The spud rang true and came back through her arms like a small verdict. She widened the cut slowly until dark water showed itself and breathed once, steady, over a hole that belonged to no ledger but hers. She didn't bait it. She didn't lower a line. She set the empty circle the way you leave a chair at a table for a guest who doesn't eat. Wind moved across the basin in long, low ribbons and laid down a sound like distant paper. Behind her, the 5 sealed coins and the milked 6th held their pale faces to the sun. The dam's hum shifted a half-step lower, a bass note turning thoughtful. She waited for a knock and got nothing for a full minute that felt like her spine learning patience. When it came, it was not at her feet. It walked the old ark, soft as knuckles on a bedroom door, 3 under the first, pause, 2 under the second, 1 under the third. It crossed the 4th with the careful respect of someone stepping over a sleeping child. It put 2 quiet taps under the 5th and then rested beneath the 6th as if consulting a list. Lena pressed her teeth together and said, "Because speaking makes you human." Not there. The wind pretended to hear her, and the ice did the work of only ice. She took the thermos from her jacket and poured a lid of heat to buy time. Trina's bootfalls came out of the church lot path with the rhythm of a person who has learned to keep both ankles and her nerve. She stopped 3 strides short of the wrong hole and looked down at it without flinching. "That's not where it wants it," she said mildly. Lena nodded. "That's why it's here." Trina scanned the basin the way you study a face you're learning and asked the single kind question that mattered. "What do we owe?" "Nothing," Lena said automatically, and the word tasted thin. She looked at the 6 pale lids and the small necklace of bubbles under the last one where the skin had thickened despite itself. "Maybe thanks," she said. "Maybe a name." Trina half smiled. "Don't name it." She was right. Names make doors. Lena sipped sugar heat and let the air write the inside of her lungs clean again. They tied into each other because that's what people do when they mean to change a math problem. Rope from belt to belt, bright and sensible. Trina set the throw bag near her toe, like punctuation. They stood a while without pretending otherwise. Then Lena walked a slow arc from her wrong hole toward shore, not toward the ledger's curve, tapping a new breadcrumb of small strikes with the spud. Not circles, not commitments, just dull star kisses in the crust that said, if the lake was listening, here are choices. The knock stayed quiet. The dam hummed approval at an adult trying to be one. A sound arrived you don't expect on ice. A rattle of metal followed by the clean putter of a late snowmobile. A man in a faded orange parka and an old full-face helmet came out of the trees on the far side, cut his engine at the shore, and did the most dangerous, brave thing. He walked out carrying nothing but a red plastic sled with a 5-gallon bucket in it like an offering. He was headed for the middle basin, not their ark, not their wrong hole, somewhere else entirely, confident in his own map. "Hey!" Lena called, and her voice slid flat across the sheet. He lifted a gloved hand, the international sign for goodwill, and kept going. He angled just wide of the old creek bed, and then squared himself with the dam like a man lining up a golf shot. 10 strides later, he hit the thin pitch no one hears until they do. The ice under him thudded once, a low stool dragged across a floor, and his left boot punched through milky skin to the calf. He swore like a father and jerked back and sat down hard, the safest ugly move. The hole widened in a quiet sigh. He kicked, scrambled, rolled, and saved himself with the graceless competence of a person who'd learned the rule without naming it. Lena and Trina stood where they were and didn't move to help because he didn't need help. That, not rushing when you want to, is its own kind of respect. He got to his knees, breath bright in air, and shouted thanks like a reflex at strangers who had not saved him. He dragged the red sled backward and glanced at their ark, took it in with a single fast look, and decided not to ask. He walked to shore, shook water from his boot like a dog with courtesy, and started his machine with 2 patient pulls. The snowmobile climbed the small slope of cattails and vanished into the trees. The lake accepted the gone. The hum returned to its low assignment. Lena exhaled the way you do when a scene gives you back your choices. "It's not just us," she said quietly. Trina nodded. "It never was." They looked again at the 6 lids. The bubbles under the 6th had stopped marching. The necklace had settled against the underside like pearls at a throat. Lena felt the pressure to finish someone else's sentence relax a fraction. Not forgiveness, a stay. She crouched by her wrong hole and trailed the back of one glove along its rim, a ritual without a name. "If I drop something," she said, "does that count? Payment without a person?" Trina considered that as if it were a tool on a counter, then shook her head. "That's buying, not settling." She looked toward the church lot. "You saved one yesterday. Maybe that was 6. Lena almost said she hoped so and stopped herself. Hope is a useful liar. "Maybe it wants me to admit it can count at all," she murmured, which sounded foolish in her mouth and truer in her bones. They did the chores that dignity gives you. They walked to each pale lid and brushed off loose powder with their sleeves, not to see better, so the lake could see itself. They traced the bright shaved edge on the 5th with one finger, then left it alone. They set a tiny pine twig, scavenged from shore, upright in the snow beside each coin, markers you'd step around if you had manners. At the 6th, Lena laid down the smallest of her father's boards, a weather-grey plank with twin crescents just off the rim, not over the hole, not blocking, witness. A wind gust came down the basin and lifted the board a finger's width and set it back exactly where she'd placed it, the way a person checks a picture frame and decides to leave it crooked on purpose. The knocks answered once, one tap beneath Lena's heels and one beneath Trina's, equal and unhurried. The hum under it changed again, a soft, slow intake. "Hear that?" Trina asked. "Yeah." "Feels like it took notes." "Let it file them," Lena said, and she meant it like a benediction and a dare. They went home because home is where ordinary fights well. The rope went back in the bag. The throw line dried over a radiator like a bright snake. In Lena's living room the 5 tip-ups lay in their row, and the space between 3 and 4 had kept the width she'd given it. She widened it another inch because superstition grows best in inches. She leaned the board with crescents against the wall and told herself not to read meaning into wood. She failed at that, but at least she knew she was failing. That evening, Trina came over with big food you eat when hearts have been counting all day. The radiator knocked. They ignored it on purpose. They played a card game that makes losers draw little boats and write ridiculous names on them. When the wind hit the building just right, the window tapped 3-2-1 in a rhythm the glass had learned without asking. They paused, exchanged a look that didn't need language, and let the window finish. It did. The silence after was big, like a held breath. "If it texts again," Trina said, "we don't answer." "We don't answer," Lena agreed. The phone on the table sat like a pet, pretending not to know its name. Sometime after midnight, the room found that heavy, deep quiet that makes you check your pulse. Lena woke with the precise knowledge that something had shifted in the house. Not moved. Shifted. She sat up and stared at the wall where the board leaned and saw the shallowest change. Twin crescents no longer catching streetlight. A different angle. She got out of bed barefoot because old instincts are barefoot, and put her palm flat to wood. It was cold. Of course it was. Behind it, faint as number 2 pencil on thin paper, a new sound wrote itself, an even, patient scratch like a ledger line being drawn. She pressed her other hand to the plaster and said to the dark, almost amused, "You're indoor now, that's dirty pool." The scratching stopped. The radiator coughed, embarrassed to be mistaken for a ghost. Morning came in well-behaved grey. Her phone showed no texts, which meant nothing. She poured coffee. The sink did not spin. She opened the door. The stoop showed no circles. She laughed in relief you don't trust and put on boots. Trina met her at the parking lot with a nod you give people on court steps and funeral lawns. They drove without saying "last check," because that phrase invites a reprise. The church lot looked like a place where nothing had ever happened. The lake wore a surface as flat as thought you haven't admitted yet. Out on the basin, the 6 coins lay patient. A dusting of snow had settled across them in equal measure, delicate enough to call it mercy. They stepped out only as far as the first. The pine twig marker at its edge lay where wind had set it down last night. Under the thin crust, the coin was milked to the centre. The second was the same. The third, a lacework of fine cracks that hadn't travelled. The fourth reflected sky like a jar lid. They stopped and breathed and said, almost together, "Okay." At the fifth, the bright shaved edge had dulled to the grey of old bone. At the sixth, the necklace of bubbles was gone and the skin held without drama. The board with crescents lay on snow as they'd left it. A fox had cut soft stitches across the scene and not fallen in love with any circle. That, more than anything, felt like a receipt. They walked to the wrong hole, the one over the old main. It had skinned over in the night in a perfect, translucent coin. Beneath the lid, a single white bubble sat dead centre like a period. Lena knelt and warmed a finger and touched the bubble through ice. It drifted, slow and satisfied, to the edge and disappeared. The knocks did not answer. The hum stayed low, not solemn, ordinary. "Paid," Trina said softly, not asking. "Settled," Lena said then, because superstition and gratitude share a door. Added, "Today." On their way off, a teenage couple in 2 new boots trudged toward the northern coves, laughs puffing out like steam. The boy carried an auger, the girl carried hot chocolate like religion. Lena lifted a hand. "Watch the creek bed," she called, friendly, not scared. "Stay inside the pines," the girl smiled and said, "My granddad told me." The 2 veered on a line that made sense, and the ice did what it does when respected. It held. For a week, the phone stayed quiet. When it finally buzzed, it was Trina sending a photo of the courthouse ledger copy with a silly caption, "Accounts receivable." Lena typed "closed for winter" and meant it as bravado and blessing. Kurt at the shop said nothing when she came in for waxworms and just slid the coffee over like he'd been paid in something he didn't want to spend. The dam hummed the way machines hum when they've decided not to be metaphors. The church lot filled with trucks whose owners wanted to be bored, and the lake obliged in quantities that made everyone grateful. There were echoes, because there always are, a knock in the stairwell when no one was on it, 3 taps on a workbench when Lena sorted screws like prayer beads, a small circle of condensation on the car windshield that she left unwiped, on principle. She let them pass through her and refrained from answering, the way you ignore a door-to-door debt collector on the day you finally balanced your own books. She went back out on the ice 3 more times, never alone, never on the creek line, always with too much rope and not enough pride. The last cold snap came early March. The sky went hard blue, and the flats got that glaze that invites absolute wrong decisions. They parked and didn't take them. On the walk in, Lena glanced across the basin and counted coins she didn't own anymore. She saw only ordinary old auger holes, snow dune edges, and one small dark wink far out that could have been water or the kind of shadow lakes love to hold. It did not line up with anything she had made. She let it be someone else's map. When she finally took down her father's board from the living room wall in April, the twin crescents had faded to the colour of a secret you can keep. She ran a finger along them and found no burr, only memory. She almost put the board back by the ramp where people take what they need and leave what they can. She didn't. She kept it, not as talisman or trophy, but as paperwork, proof she had signed and unsigned the same year. The 5 tip-ups went back on a shelf, flags wrapped with painter's tape like polite mouths. She left the 6th space empty because the shelf looked right with that gap. Sometimes, in the throttled heat of summer thunderstorms, she'll stand by the kitchen sink and hear a low hum that is not a dam but a refrigerator, and will smile anyway. She will tap the counter once by accident and wait. Nothing will answer, and the relief will feel like a small lie she allows herself. On nights when rain dimes the windows hard, she'll picture 6 pale coins stitched across black and a wrong hole over a street that no longer exists. If the phone lights up, unknown number, 1 dot, she will set it face down and let the dot blink itself tired. If you need an ending, it's this. The ledger kept its book, and Lena kept her name out of the column where the faint circle gets traced a second time. She owes nothing she can't pay with attention and manners. The lake owes nothing at all, but when winter comes back, and it will, and someone sets 5 neat holes in a fan and feels clever, a quiet drum under the ice may begin to count. If you hear it, don't knock back. If you must, make your own wrong circle on thick, safe ice, and let patience be your receipt. And if the water ever texts you, let it sit unread. Lakes like good listeners. They don't love conversations. So, what do you think? Most of us go out to fish because we want quiet. Time to think, time to breathe. But every once in a while, the water listens back. If you were out there, middle of the lake, no one around, and heard knocking under the ice, would you check? Or would you pack up and walk away? Be honest. I want to know what you'd do. Drop it in the comments. If you enjoyed tonight's stories, the strange, the dark, and the mysterious, make sure you hit the like button so more people find their way here. And if you're new, welcome. I'm Minute 60, and I tell true stories that sound impossible, but might just be real. Subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories every week. Until next time, stay curious, stay safe, and maybe don't answer when the lake knocks.